the hall, let's do a little bit of a housekeeping. We have the restroom. The restroom is outside to your right. Here you make the exit by the hallway. Make the hallway down, take your left. That's where you can find the restroom here. Testing, testing. Yes, let's make our way into the hall, take our seats, let's settle down. It's a beautiful day to celebrate milk. I'm pretty sure, I don't think there's anybody here in this hall growing up that didn't take milk while growing up. So milk is a very essential part of our nutritional growth as an individual. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's settle down. The permanent secretary is around. Let's settle down and start this event in earnest, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please, may we be on our seats to receive the permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Let's rise, please. Welcome, sir. Indulge you to keep standing so that we can take the national anthem, please. Sound, are we ready for the national anthem? Thank you, please. Do have your seats. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. You're welcome, sir. Dr. N.S. Umahier, thank you so very much for joining us this morning. You're welcome. I'd like to also recognize and welcome to the table, to the high table here, the MD CEO of the Bank of Agriculture, Mr. Hassan Alwan. Put your hands together for him, please. I'd also like to introduce our able Director, Animal Husbandry, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Mrs. Winnie Lai Sholarin. Well seated. Welcome, ma'am. I'd also like to invite the President, Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria. He's already seated. Alhaji MD Abubakar. You're welcome, sir. Also like to introduce and welcome the President, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Al-Mujtaba Abubakar. Okay. I would like to invite Mr. Temitope Adegoroye, the Managing Partner, Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition Limited. Sahel Consulting, please. Oh, put your hands together for Mr. Adegoroye. You're welcome, please. Also, I would like to invite the Chairman of Delhi First, Mr. Francis Ogboro. If you're present, please. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I also like to recognize the presence of the country representative of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. If you're here, Mr. Fred Kaferu, FAO. Okay, not yet around. Also, I'd like to recognize the Director, Development Finance Department, Central Bank of Nigeria. Are they here? Okay, not yet. All Farmer Association present. Do we have Magban in the house? All Farmers Association. Yes, Mieti Allah, you're welcome, sir. Please do come to the high table. Put your hands together, please. Mieti Allah Cattle Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Makban. Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to also put your hands together for the fourth estate, fourth rep. Okay. Yes. Distinguished members of the press present, I'd like you to put your hands together for them. Also introducing the president, chairman, Association of Agricultural Correspondents of Nigeria. He's here present in the hall. Please stand up for recognition, please. Mr. Oba, John Oba to be precise. John Oba, President of Agricultural Correspondents of Nigeria. He's around somewhere. Thank you very much. Without further delay, we'll continue to introduce our special guests. And as the program goes on, without much ado, I would like to leave the podium, make way for the welcome address by Alhaji MD Abubakar, President, Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, MC. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Director, Animal Husbandry Services, Federal Ministry of Agri and Rural Development, members of Board of Trustees of Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, the President, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Managing Partner, Sahel Consulting Agri and Nutrition Limited, all our sponsors and exhibitors here present, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the World Milk Conference this year, 2023. The Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association, popularly known as CODARAN, is the association at the top of commercial dairy industry operators in Nigeria. Our vision is to actively promote the production, processing, marketing, and consumption of quality and nutritious dairy products across Africa made from local resources. At the core of this vision is a commitment to developing the dairy industry to meet the daily nutritional needs of Nigerians by fully harnessing local milk resources to create jobs, national wealth, and sufficiency. CODARAN has been at the forefront of creating an enabling and business-friendly environment for the dairy sector in Nigeria, and the World Milk Day. And the World Milk Day Conference has been one veritable platform which we have used to pursue this noble goal. The World Milk Day Conference is the flagship event of our dear association. And over the last 2 years, we've been consistent in using it as a medium to bring stakeholders in the Nigerian dairy ecosystem together to reflect and consider transformational strategies for pursuing and attaining sufficiency in milk and dairy products. The stakeholders' resolutions at these conferences have served as input to impactful policy advocacy undertakings and dairy development activities that the association has embarked on. One of the successes achieved in the quest to holistically develop the dairy sector is the recent approval of the National Dairy Policy by the Federal Executive Council. Suffice it to say that CODARAN had worked hand in hand with the Federal Ministry of Agri and the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment to actually conceptualize, formulate, and review the policy up to the point of its accent, which was done by the president, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We express our heartfelt appreciation to FMAT and Federal Ministry of Industries and Trade for following through on the process to ensure that we have a guiding document and a regulatory framework to stimulate a vibrant and competitive dairy industry in Nigeria. This is by no means to say it's exhaustive, no, but we are comforted by the fact that every 5 years, we have to review the document. The most important thing is the document is in place with all its imperfections. Hopefully over time, as we are reviewing, we will have the perfect document we all aspire to have. Today, we gather again to discuss strategic and scalable financing solutions that can have transformational effects on milk production, collection, and aggregation within the Nigerian dairy value chain. Our theme for this year's conference, Pathways to Financing Nigeria's Milk Revolution, is suitable for the times we are in, and our distinguished expert speakers and discussants will lead impactful conversations on how best to finance an evolving dairy industry such as ours for optimal milk production and availability. We are delighted to welcome all our partners, the Federal Ministry of Agri and Rural Development, the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Sahel Consulting, the MACBAN, Mieta Allah Cattle Breeders Association, our sponsors, exhibitors, dignitaries, speakers, and panelists, and participants to this conference. We very much look forward to an engaging and enlightening conference, which resolution will take us many steps forward in the quest to develop the Nigerian dairy sector and make it optimally productive and globally competitive. I welcome you all and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please put your hands together for him once again. Please indulge me. I would like to recognize and appreciate our sponsors and partners in the organization of this day. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Abuja Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition. They came together to give us this beautiful event today. Please put your hands together for them. Also, not forgetting our sponsors, we have the platinum sponsor, L&Z Nigeria Limited. Please put your hands together for them. Our diamond sponsor, Integrated Dairies Limited and Deli First. Put your hands together for them, please. We have other sponsors also, Chi Limited. They are here. Please put your hands together for them. And Naik. We thank you all for your partnership and your support over the years. They've come together to support this event this day. Thank you so much for being part of it. Put your hands together for them, please. Thank you. If you look at our program, we are proceeding quite fast as we are a little bit behind schedule today. Next on our list is a goodwill messages. We will be calling on Dr. Abdulmutaba Abubakar, President, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Okay, he's ably being represented here today, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Director, Animal Husbandry Services, President, Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Managing Partner, Sahel Consulting Limited, gentlemen of the press, it is my pleasure to take this goodwill message on behalf of our President, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Alhaji Abdulmutaba Abubakar, who is unavoidably absent today. I welcome you all to the 2023 World Milk Day Mega Celebration, organized by our Policy Advocacy Center in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Commercial Ranchers Association of Nigeria, and Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition Limited. Through the Central Bank of Nigeria's backward integration, the dairy sector was revitalized and has attracted foreign investment and creation of ranches across the country. Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, as a foremost chamber of commerce in Nigeria, serves as a voice for the business community and also provide a platform for policymakers and the organized private sector to interface and map out practicable ways to implement policies. Hence, the reason behind our partnership in hosting this event. The World Milk Day is in commemoration of the Food and Agri Organization of the UN, which is declared June 1st as World Milk Day in 2001. The declaration is to promote the consumption and benefits of milk worldwide with the objective to raise awareness about the initiatives related to the dairy industry. The 2023 UN theme is showcasing how dairy is reducing its environmental footprint while also providing nutritious foods and livelihoods to enjoy dairy. I enjoy all stakeholders, exhibitors, and participants present here today to take advantage of the presentations at the panel sessions to develop the dairy sector. I thank you and welcome you all. God bless you and God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much for keeping to time. You spent less than 5 minutes. Thank you. Next, for the goodwill messages, we have Mr. Fred Capero, Country Representative, Food and Agriculture Organization. He's being represented.
Good morning, everyone. The Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Director of Animal Husbandry Department, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Otto Muhinda. I'm here to represent Fred Capero. I came from Rwanda, and I was appointed here as the coordinator of livestock and the hectare team in Nigeria. I'm pleased to be here, and I want to say that World Milk Day is an annual event established by the Food and Agriculture Organizations, United Nations, in 2001. It is celebrated every June 1st to recognize the importance of milk as a global food and celebrate the dairy industry. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations established the World Milk Day in 2001 as a means to acknowledge the significance of milk as a worldwide food selected to celebrate the existing of the milk days that was celebrated in several countries. The United Nations aims to emphasize the environmental, nutritional, and societal impact of the dairy industry. As we know, the milk is a very important food, and the dairy industry has an important part to the global economy. It provides jobs for millions of people around the world and contributes to economic development by generating billions of dollars in revenue in each year. This is highlighting how the dairy industry sustains the livelihoods of approximately 1 billion individuals. So let's celebrate milk in this country. Let's celebrate milk globally, and I wish you good celebrations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to believe that if every speaker for the goodwill message stay this brief, we'll be out of here in no time. Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the presence of Alhaji Aminu Inyako. He's the MD of Sebore Integrated Farms Limited. Please put your hands together for him. Let's see you if you are here. Okay, you're welcome. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Sanusi Abubakar. He's the National Project Coordinator, Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project, LPRES. If you're here, let's see you, please. You're very much welcome. Thank you. Next on our list for the goodwill message, we have the Director General, Raw Material Research and Development Council. Are they here? Okay, moving on. The Director, Industrial Development Department, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Okay, raw material, they are here. Please put your hands together for them, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. My name is Dr. Abubakar Abdurrahman. It is indeed a great honor and delight for me to deliver this goodwill message on behalf of my Director General, Raw Materials Research and Development Council, Professor H.D. Ibrahim. The importance of this day cannot be overemphasized, more especially when it comes at a time we have National Livestock Transformation Plan in place, coupled with National Dairy Policy. This recent development indicates that Nigeria is working towards promoting her local dairy sector to upgrade its traditional pastoral husbandry by adopting modern dairy system. Nigeria's national dairy output per annum is 700,000 metric ton, while national demand is approximately 1.3 million metric ton per annum, leaving a gap of 600,000 metric ton. Despite great potential to enhance milk production through improved technology, Nigeria's domestic production does not meet daily national demand, while the shortfall is imported. Nigerian local dairy sector relies mostly on milk production from subsistent Fulani pastoralists, few viable commercial dairy farms, and importation. Nigeria is the largest importer of processed milk in West Africa, spending average of 1.73 billion per annum for milk. Low level of annual milk production relative to the Nigerian population is largely caused by failure to adopt new and affordable farming technologies geared towards increasing milk production. Moving further, among the challenges mitigating the growth of the dairy sector is the low genetic potentials of the indigenous breeds of cattle, aggravated by poor management system and stress of endless trekking in search of pasture and water. Comparatively, average milk yield from Bunaji is very low, ranging from 1.5 to 2 liters per day, when Kenya produces up to 8 to 9 liters per cow per day. And Ireland was just shy of producing 8.3 billion liters in 2020 and 7.9 billion liters in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, with the foregoing background, may I, at this juncture, inform this gathering that in its determination towards promoting the development and optimal utilization of Nigeria's raw materials for sustainable industrial growth, RMRDC admitted that dairy and dairy products has occupied a strategic position in the Nigerian economy due to its economic value. Therefore, needs a vigorous promotion for national economic development. Based on this, in the dairy value chain, RMRDC has vigorously pursued upgrade of indigenous dairy cattle through insemination of indigenous dairy breed with imported exotic semen in collaboration with key stakeholders. The success story of increasing milk yield from 1.5 liters of milk per cow per day to 15 liters of milk per cow per day from the hybrid calf from a pioneer project carried out in Modibo Adama University of Technology, Yola, spurred the council to be interested in replicating this project in every state of the federation that shows consent. Consequently, the council, in collaboration with other key stakeholders in dairy sector, implemented its dairy project in Kaduna State, a demonstration project to stimulate dairy production. Again, implementation of the project is ongoing at Baiko community in Mina, Niger State, while preparations are on top gear to replicate the project at Taraba State as soon as possible. Over the years, RMRDC has diligently pursued dairy and dairy product projects to address pertinent challenges hampering the growth of this subsector that have been mentioned previously, such as poor genetic makeup of indigenous dairy breeds for low milk yield, traditional pastoral trekking for pasture and water, and poor feed ratio. These challenges are being addressed through the following measures. 1, artificial insemination using exotic hybrid semen. 2, installation of preservative equipment like solar power milk chillers. 3, establishment of milk processing centers. 4, development of pasture farm using improved pasture seeds. Finally, may I commend the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Kodaran, and Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited for organizing 2023 World Milk Day Program, as well as other MDAs that collaborated with the organizers in hosting this event. The Director General, Raw Material Research and Development Council, Professor H.D. Ibrahim, wishes all dairy farmers a happy World Milk Day celebration 2023. I wish you cordial and fruitful deliberations. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, and happy World Milk Day to you too. Put your hands together for him once more. I'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Kenneth Ahaneku. He's the GMD CEO, Neon Dairies PLC. Are you here? You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. I'd like to also recognize the presence of Alhaji Usman A.A. Damalam, Special Coordinator, Delhi First. Thank you. Also present with us here is the MD, Delhi First Caterers, Mr. Anthony Al-Kofsaifi. Thank you very much. Continuing with our goodwill messages, I'd like to invite the Director, Industrial Development Department, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Mrs. Olumuyiwa Ajayi-Ade. She's representing the director. She's the Deputy Director, Industrial Development Department. Is she here? Okay, she's here. Please put your hands together for her, please.
Good morning, everyone. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. As she has said, I am Mrs. Olumuyiwa Ajayi-Ade, Deputy Director, Agro-Allied Industry. I'm here to read the goodwill message of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Evelyn Ngigi, at the 2023 World Milk Day Conference, held at Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry Convention Center, Lugbe, Abuja. It is a great pleasure and honor to be here with you today at the 2023 World Milk Day conference and to deliver the goodwill message of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Permit me to state that milk is synonymous with good dairy food and health. A source of nutrition, especially for the young, avails dairy farmers opportunity to care responsibly for their communities, land, animals, and provide sustainable contribution to the socio-economic development of the nation. Hence, the need to commemorate the World Milk Day can never be overemphasized. The forum is meant to serve as a good platform for players in the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the dairy value chain and critical MDAs to establish linkages, ways to promote the growth and development of Nigerian dairy industry. Permit me to state that milk is critical and strategic to the growth of the world economy, as the economy of many countries in the world today rely on milk and other milk products. And as such, Nigeria as a nation cannot afford to be in isolation, taking cognizance of our comparative and competitive advantage in this sector. Available information at the disposal of my ministry indicates that Nigeria has a cattle stock of over 20 million cows, but only 2.3 million cows are utilized for large-scale dairy production, producing an average of 0.8 liters of milk per cow per day. In the same vein, the country's estimated annual production stands at 672 million liters of milk as against annual demand of 1.6 billion liters. Ladies and gentlemen, while appreciating our prospect in the dairy industry, government is not unaware of the precarious challenges in both the upstream, midstream, as well as the downstream dairy value chain. It is in that respect that the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment deepened her collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and other relevant MDs to develop the national dairy policy to address the impediments and by extension set the industry on the path of growth. It is gratifying to state that the approval of the national dairy policy by the Federal Executive Council is a testimony to the synergy and doggedness of the collaborating MDAs on the formulation of the national dairy policy. Certainly, with the approval of the policy, the next step is implementation. On this note, it is expected that the MDs and stakeholders will continue to work together for the implementation of the policy in line with our mandates and schedules. Ladies and gentlemen, while wishing the meeting a successful deliberation, I want to use this opportunity to commend FMAD, Federal, Sahel Consulting, and the host, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and all the participating MDs, captains of industries, OPS, and NGOs for making out time to grace this occasion. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Put your hands together for her once again. I would like to recognize the presence of the Registrar, Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, ably represented here by Dr. Mrs. Akinfolarin. Is she here? You're welcome, ma. Thank you. For the goodwill messages, do we have the Embassy of the Netherlands present, please, for their goodwill message? Okay. Next on our list, we have the National President, Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, MACBAN, for his goodwill message. Put your hands together for him, please. You drink milk, you eat beef, please recognize these people. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Agriculture, my sister is Winnie Tai Solarin, Director Animal Husbandry, Federal Ministry of Agric, President Abuja Chamber of Commerce, the CEO, MD Abubakar, CEO L&Z, the MD Bank of Agriculture, Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Baba Usman Gandarma. I'm the president of Mieti Allah Cattle Breeder Association, an umbrella body that controls the members that own about 95% of the cattle in the country. That is being put at about 30 million going by statistics coming up from the 1991 livestock census, because that was the last time a livestock census was conducted in this country. So going by it, we have about 30 million cattle in Nigeria. But I can assure you, we have twice or thrice that number in this country today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to be part of this very important occasion of the International Milk Day as leader of the umbrella body of Nigerian pastoralists, who are a major stakeholder in the livestock industry and its value chain. This year's theme is very apt, and it tallies with the aspiration of our association in wanting to see a new investment in the multi-trillion naira industry had been neglected for some time by the government. Potentials to generate million jobs, generate foreign exchange, and enhance national food security. We always look forward to occasions like this to appeal to the various states of government to look inwards and explore areas where jobs and build cohesion the general population. We have seen the experiment of L&Z in Kano, where a mere 20 naira addition to a liter of milk to pastoralist household register a child in the primary school is having an enormous impact in the economic and social well-being of the pastoralists in that state. I have been opportuned by L&Z MD to go around areas where he's obtaking milk from the pastoralists around Chiromawa, Yadokori, in the outskirts of Kano. What I saw was so encouraging. The last 7 years I went there, he was buying milk at the cost of 120 naira per liter. But for those families that have agreed to enroll their children into the local primary school, he added just 20 naira. That mere addition of 20 naira had made all the pastoralists living in those areas where L&Z is collecting milk to send their children into the primary schools. So today, all their children are in the primary school. And not only that, the presence of the off-taking of milk center in those areas had also made the pastoralists to be sedentary. They settled in one place because L&Z is collecting their milk. And their relationship with those farmers in those areas had become so peaceful and symbiotic because they benefit from each other. During the rainy season, they push the cows into the grazing reserves. After the rainy season, they bring the cows back and negotiate with the farmers to eat up the residue at a cost. And some don't collect money. They request the pastoralists to bring the cows into their farmland so that they can also benefit from the dung of the cow. So you can see how a mere milk collection is bringing peace, it's making the pastoralists become sedentary, and it's making them enroll their children into the primary schools. So I will try to take the advantage of the processors of livestock value chain who are here to tell them that from the mere 1, 2, 3 liters that our cows are given in this country, with the number of the cows we have, I think spending $1.73 billion is unnecessary. If our milk can be off-taked properly, I am sure it is enough to provide the milk requirement of this country. But because we lack processors in most of the areas, that is why we are losing out. That is why we see our women hawking milk, trekking 10, 15 kilometers in a day, taking a calabash that contains not more than 3,000 worth of milk, who trek by road, come to the city, sell, and go back, because there is no off-takers of that milk. This simple incentive, hundreds of families become sedentary, as I said earlier. Its milk collection cooperative is providing to be a big hit with pastoralist families, where only 5 milking cows is generating an income of about 200,000 naira monthly. We believe the new 5 billion naira seed money set aside at the Bank of Agriculture to be disbursed by the Bank of Agriculture to livestock and its entire value chain is in the right direction. Nigerians have allowed itself to be distracted by the continued profiling, negative profiling of the pastoralists by the media, not to see the various opportunities that are in the livestock industry. We thank the organizers to invite us, for inviting us for this very important occasion. And that by next year, when the implementation of BOA loan package has been implemented, we'll be seeing a new tone. So with the presence of the livestock value chain producers, processors who are here, I think it's high time we begin to redirect our thinking towards establishing a lot of milk processing factories in this country, because that will go in a no small way in solving the current security challenges we have in this country. Because the challenges is because the pastoralists are moving from one place to another in search of pasture and water for their herds. Where they become sedentary, I don't think there is going to be trouble again. So what will stop this movement? Part of it is the establishment of collection centers in places. And you can't have collection centers where you don't have milk processors. Once our milk is being off-taken by processors, I am sure this crisis will be reduced drastically. And the pastoralist citizens who didn't get the opportunity to go to school because of the daily movement in search of foster for their only source of livelihood, they will be settled because of this, and it will enhance the economic of the pastoralists. It will also help in bringing good understanding between them and the farmers. Thank you very much.
Put your hands together again for him. Thank you so much, sir. And that is why we are here, to chart a better course for the livestock subsector in the country. Things will get better. Thank you so much. At this point, I would like to introduce and also invite the National President, All Farmers Association of Nigeria, to the podium to give his goodwill message, Architect Kabir Ibrahim, sir. Okay, he's there. Put your hands together for him. No farmer. No farmer. I want to believe we have farmers in this hall. No farmer. No farmer. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Sorry I'm late. I was struggling with the increase in the pump price of petrol. So many people have been complaining. Anyway, let me start with our stanza before I go to the high table. Great farmer, no farmer, Mr. Permanent Secretary, the Director Husbandry, Animal Husbandry, the MD LNZ, the Chairman of the Abuja Chamber of Commerce, the President of Miyetti Allah, and my very good friend, the MD of Bank of Agriculture, whom I have not seen in a long time. I'm glad to be invited to this August occasion and the epoch-making event of World Milk Day. It is very incisive that we should celebrate World Milk today. because a lot of our foreign exchange goes to the procurement of milk. I use milk in more ways than one. I do that, I produce yogurt in my place and I have to use powdered milk that is imported. Otherwise, I would use milk from the cows on my farm and in my neighbors' farms and everywhere in Nigeria. Nigeria has come up with many programs to semi-standardize the pastoralists so that we optimize milk production to be able to get some sufficiency within country. It is work in progress. The program of the NLTP, the RUGA, and the efforts of people like L&Z are very good in doing this, in trying to do this. What they need is encouragement. So if we put whatever we are doing now on the front banner, more people will contribute their own quota to this end, and Nigeria will be better for it. Now more than ever, we need to harness the milk in country. We need to be able to maximize milk production in our herds. We can do that only by sedentarizing and producing the best fodder for the animals. We can do this also by developing pathways to where the animals will feed and they will not end up like skeletons in migrating from one end to the other. Now, it may not be complete to say that there will be less conflicts if we make sufficient effort to domesticate or to semi-sedentarize the animals. And the call to harness milk production in Nigeria comes with it the necessity of semi-sedentarizing the pastoralists with their animals. We need to emphasize to government that the private sector is doing a lot and should be helped, should be assisted by efforts of government. This government, more than any other one, should be able to do this, especially in the face of the difficulties that we are facing today. You can just see that today, I think the parallel market is going to go down. You will be able to access your foreign exchange directly from CBN to get all the equipment that you need at 631. I believe that the BDCs will say goodbye and we will readily get foreign exchange to optimize our processes. L&Z will be able to buy all the equipment they need to process milk easily. They will not have to compete with middlemen who make money out for arbitrage and all that. So I would want to emphasize to everyone here that we also keep animals. We are also friendly with Mieti Allah. In fact, they work with us. We have had several conferences together. We have had a general meeting with them, and NTA covered. We all belong to the same family. We should not quarrel among ourselves. We should have a very good relationship that is value added. You know, many years ago when I was young, when I started escorting my dad to the farm, the pastoralists or the herders were on the periphery of our farm. They were waiting for us to harvest, and they will go into the farm to eat the residue, and then their droppings will be our farmyard manure. If we get them together and work with them, dialogue with them and all that, milk will be available to every nook and cranny of Nigeria, and it could be harvested and it could be processed and used optimally in Nigeria. So we will have a reduction in importation. So I thank you immensely for this, and I would like to just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Great farmer, no farmer. Yes, one of the most valuable people in our society today. Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize and call on stage to present their goodwill message. The Central Bank of Nigeria, ably represented here by Mr. Hassan Tom Abdulrahman, Development Finance Department of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Okay, Please put your hands together for him, please. He has to take his time, please. You guys have to be patient. Put your hands together for him once more.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols duly observed. And before I present the goodwill message, on behalf of the Director of Development Finance Department, Mr. Philip Yusuf Yila, OAN, I would like to extend our apology for not making it on time. It's certainly not in our character. So I will now read his the goodwill message of the Director Development Finance Office. Goodwill message delivered by the Central Bank of Nigeria at the 2023 World Milk Day organized by the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, KODARAN, at the Abuja Trade and Exhibition Center. So all protocols duly observed. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Central Bank of Nigeria is delighted to deliver this goodwill message at this commendable gathering aimed at exploring pathways to financing Nigeria's milk revolution. As you are aware, the bank has engaged local and international partners to implement its dairy value chain development initiative towards ensuring value chain linkages by facilitating private sector-led project financing for the dairy sector development in Nigeria. We would like to acknowledge the key role of KODARAN in our efforts towards facilitating dairy value chain development. We will also recognize the potential of this well-orchestrated collaboration to drive our common goal of great improvement and sustainable increase in milk production to reduce the milk supply gap of 1.1 million metric tons. Because currently we are only producing 600,000 metric tons and the total, the current demand is 1.7. So we have a gap of 1.1 million metric tons, which in collaboration with other stakeholders, KODARAN, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and other relevant stakeholders, we want to ensure that that gap is closed through local production. So we at the CBN are committed to the development of the livestock subsector as evidenced by our numerous interventions in facilitating funding for numerous projects under our commercial agriculture scheme. We have the agribusiness small and medium enterprises investment scheme. And then we also have the real sector support facility. In total, so far from 2020 to date, we invested over 40 billion naira just for the development of the dairy subsector. The World Milk Day Conference is indeed an avenue to strengthen and foster alliances and expand our opportunities to the global field. This will no doubt offer new opportunities towards more viable and sustainable financing strategies for the dairy business through self-sufficiency. We wish to reiterate the significance of deepening collaborations between local and international development partners as a catalyst towards achieving the common objective of the national security and food self-sufficiency. Permit me to use this medium to commend the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, KODARAN, the Abuja Chamber of Commerce, and Sahel Consulting, and other key contributors towards the success of this laudable initiative. We'll also like to reiterate the CBN's resolve to strengthen partnership and provide the required support within its said mandate. Thank you very much. Philip Yusuf Yila, ON.
Please put your hands together for them once again. It's not easy being one of them right now in the CBN. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to invite Chi Limited for their goodwill message. Chi Limited is ably represented here today by Mr. Israel Dan Auta. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way to the podium. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. We're all welcome to this program. All protocols observed. Chi Limited is happy to be part of this World Milk Day, and we're happy to collaborate with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development in seeing that we get milk even locally here for our factories back in Lagos. I'm happy to see people like the president of Macban, and I'm hoping that we're going to have a lot of interactions with him to see how we can even source milk locally here for our factories. We're happy to be here, and I apologize that my MD, Elko Welba, is not available in the country to be here himself. And just to say thank you so much for being part of this program. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, House of Chi. I will have mentioned your products. I will have said Chi, makers of A, B, C, D, and E, but I wasn't paid. Thank you very much, everyone. At this point, we've come to the end of the goodwill messages. I would like to invite to the podium. Please, let's stand and made welcome the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Ernest Umahihe, please. Thank you very much, sir.
Please be seated. Good morning, all. I wish to adopt the established protocol because if I have to go on the list I have here to take our time, I have over 300 names and you are part of it. Everyone has been listed here. Be that as it may, I want to acknowledge all the donors and the collaborative partners that have made this event possible. Of course, the various presidents of the association, Bank of Agriculture MD, and the gentlemen of the press. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you to this year's World Milk Day celebration, the first of its kind, collaboratively organized by 6 different organizations in Nigeria to present the opportunity for multi-stakeholders interactive session to explore business opportunities, discuss and provide solutions to knotty and critical issues in milk production and the entire dairy value chain in Nigeria. As we all know, the United Nations has set aside 1st of June every year as World Milk Day, and this year's theme is Sustainable Dairy, Good for Planet, Good for You. It addresses the need for deliberate and concerted efforts to make milk production, collection, and processing climate smart. I wish at this juncture to congratulate the organizers, that's the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited, Agriculture Correspondent Association of Nigeria, and Center for Journalism and Innovation Development for coming together to organize a 2-day celebration for this year's World Milk Day. There is strength in synergy for a common goal. This is also evidence that the call by the federal government for all Nigerians to take a commercial look at agriculture generally and dairy in particular for its inherent benefits of animal protein self-sufficiency, improvement in household incomes, job creation, and reduction in food importation is being heard and considered worthy by Nigerians. Determined attempts by the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and its partners to intensify backward integration, look inwards, and develop our indigenous dairy industry in line with the federal government policy on increased use of local contents have started yielding positive results, part of which is this year's collaborative mega World Milk Day celebration. The ministry under the Dairy Development Program is collaborating with national and international stakeholders, such as Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Messrs. L&Z, Mikopa, Sebore, Delhi Frost, Kano Dairies, FC Wamco, Ala Foods Limited, Danone Limited, among others, to promote commercial and peri-urban smallholder dairy production, while not losing sight of improving the productivity of pastoralists that still form the bulk of milk production in Nigeria. This collaboration in particular is yielding fruits with increased interest in modern milk production in Nigeria. The ministry has supported and is still supporting the following activities. 1, capacity building and empowerment programs for dairy farmers on hygienic milk production and processing, construction and equipping of milk collection centers in areas with comparative advantage for dairy, feed milling facilities for production of ruminant feeds, pasture collection centers, animal handling centers, cattle feedlots, climate smart poultry, and goat houses, among others. Organized and supported capacity building in pasture production, processing, and conservation nationwide. Support for artificial insemination of dairy cows to improve feed production, milk production, and breeds of cattle under the National Livestock Breed Improvement Program. And hand-holding of pastoralists to form groups through clusters to increase volume of milk. Amidst the plethora of other efforts to boost the dairy production in the country, the Federal Executive Council has approved the National Dairy Policy to guide the operation of the dairy subsector. The policy is intended to scale up milk production, collection, and processing in the country and create an enabling environment for increased activities along the dairy value chain. In furtherance to the above and other achievements, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development will continue to collaborate with relevant MDAs, organizations, institutions, and associations in addressing the nutritional need of Nigerians through milk and dairy development. We continue to provide an enabling environment for increased milk production, processing, distribution, and consumption to improve the nutritional status of Nigerians, create jobs along the dairy value chain, and reduce national expenditure on the importation of milk and milk products. Besides, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, through the Bank of Agriculture, will be providing financial empowerment to livestock farmers to enhance their productivity and resilience. Finally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to participate actively, visit the stands, attend the lectures and panel discussions as we celebrate the 2023 World Milk Day in Abuja. I wish you a very happy World Milk Day celebration through deliberations as I declare the 2023 World Milk Day celebrations open. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. This Epoch Events is proudly brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development in collaboration with Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited, proudly sponsored by L&Z, Integrated Dairies Limited, Delhi Frost, House of Chi, and Naik. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you for paying attention and staying with me thus far. At this point, we are going to proceed for our photograph session. It's going to be in this order. After the photograph outside, just by your right at the exits, when you look at the exits, down there you see the banner, World Milk Day. That's where our photograph session will be taking place. All our stakeholders are expected to join our dignitaries on the high table for the photograph session outside. And after that, we are going to proceed to the exhibition. We are going to mingle, interact, and make contacts, connect, see our exhibitors outside there and communicate with them, probably do business with them today or in the nearest future. After that, we'll be proceeding for tea break, where we get to interact with ourselves and connect with ourselves in the hall before we return for the main events, where we're going to have lectures, keynote addresses, interactions, sessions, and discussions to better the dairy sector in Nigeria. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the permanent secretary and our dignitaries here to please proceed for the photograph sessions outside. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're on break, for those of you who would like to use the restroom is to your right. When you make the exit at the hallway, take it straight down, make a left turn by your left. That's where you have the restroom, please. Thank you.
But do you have people now from this? No, not yet. Okay.
The crusher. I did the crusher. And then this is for harvesting, pasture harvesting. So this is the Department of Animal Husbandry Services. We are exhibiting with Elfrex.
You have shown me all this.
Benefit of the farmer. How does this benefit of the farmer? Now you put a breaking that aspect.
Like this is the gripping and yeah, you come, you are taking pictures.
What do you do now?
These are they provide the chemicals and also the disinfectant.
The animal.
Yeah, no,
That's your headquarters.
Actually, the oldest, one of the oldest indigenous communities.
Before what?
Now, we now move to this one. Before we collect milk from the animal, but now we collect milk. hybrid feed. There's also one of our partners providing covenant feed. Other. Sorry.
Bring more. This is that is for okay. This is your own business. Where's the MD? Anthony.
Integrated dairy. Integrated dairy.
They pioneered this program.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for tea break. Our tea break is ready, so you can settle down on your seats. You'll be served the tea while we commence the next phase of this event. Please, let's come back into the hall, settle down, have our tea, and continue with the event. Thank you. Let's settle down and get started. Let's settle down for tea. Let's come back for tea break, please. Let's get seated for tea break. Let's take our seats so that we can get served tea, please. Housekeeping, they are going around the tables and serving tea. Let's take our seats, please. Those of us in the exhibition arena, please come back into the hall for tea.
Let's get back into the hall, please. Let's set it down so that I get started. See, it's time for tea break. We're going to be having tea break together with our presentations. Please. Housekeeping, let's start serving those seated tea, please. I think we should call it lunch now. Tea time is over. It's ongoing. Please, let's have our seats. Let's come back into the hall, please, so that we can proceed with the rest of the event. Please. There will be more time for networking later. Please let's return to the hall. Tea break is ongoing. Let's return to the hall. Please. We cannot be for networking. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your cooperation, understanding, and patience this far. It's been a beautiful ride, and I hope for us to sustain that ride this morning or this afternoon. I'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Bola Oyedeke. It's the president of Tomato and Orchard Producers Association of Nigeria. Mr. Bola Oyedeke, put your hands together for him. Yeah. You're welcome, sir. It's a beautiful mega world collaboration. It's brought to you put together by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development Commercial Dairy Merchants Association of Nigeria, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition Limited, and it's proudly sponsored by our platinum sponsor, L&Z. Put your hands together for them, please. We have our diamond sponsors, Integrated Dairies Limited. Put your hands together for them. Diamond sponsors also, Deli Frost, please. Put your hands together for them. Other sponsors include Chi Limited and NAIC, National Agricultural Insurance Corporation. Put your hands together for them, please. Thank you very much. I'm very sure you are enjoying yourself. You've had some milk to drink, because what is World Milk Day without milk? So please make sure you drink some milk before you leave this place today. I'd like to welcome you back to the next phase of this occasion. We're about to start the next phase. Please, let's settle down, please. Can we settle down? Because I'm about to invite the keynote speaker to the podium. Let's settle down. I'll be reading the profile of our keynote speaker today. So if you want to know him beyond the surface, you want to know him beyond his name, please listen as I read out the profile of our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Hassan Alwan, the MD, CEO, Bank of Agriculture. Alwan Ali Hassan has banking experience spanning over 2 decades. He is a graduate of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in quantity surveying in 1980. He bagged a master's degree in business administration from his alma mater in 1987. He's a registered member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers, Nigeria Institute of Quantity Surveyors, and Quantity Surveyors Registration Board. Alwan started his banking career with Central Bank of Nigeria and then moved to United Bank of Africa, the UBA, in 1996. He was at African International Bank Limited from 1999 to 2001. Later in 2001, he joined First Bank of Nigeria and rose to the position of Deputy General Manager. The Central Bank of Nigeria, he was in Central Bank of Nigeria in December 2009, and he was appointed, Mr. Alwan Hassan was appointed Executive Director in Bank PHB PLC, and as part of rescue team to institute sound corporate governance, recover bad loans, and recapitalize the bank. The position made way for Alwan to be a board member of the following subsidiaries: Orient Bank, Uganda, Bank PHB, Gambia, and Platinum Capital and Trust Limited, Nigeria. Until his recent appointment in 2020 by His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari to act as the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Bank of Agriculture Limited, Alwan is the Chairman, CEO of Midrange Universal Biz Limited, a company he established in December 2011 after leaving the banking sector. He has attended management training and famous IMD Business School, Lausanne, Switzerland, and Intrados Business School, Washington, DC, USA. You will agree with me that this is an established banker. He's well-grounded in the banking sector. Now let's talk about putting square pegs in square holes. A banker, distinguished banker, heading the Bank of Agriculture in Nigeria, who couldn't have done anyone better. Please put your hands together as we welcome on stage
Please, let's welcome on stage, please. Put your hands together for him, the MD CEO, Bank of Agriculture.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. May I be permitted to stand on the established protocol? I'm sure I don't have to introduce myself again. And I have some very good friends here that I must recognize their presence. Alhaji MD Abubakar, I've known him for ages. We grew up together in Kano, in the banking industry together before he took this new career. And I have another colleague of mine who is the president of AFAD, architect Kabiru Ibrahim, and the directors of the ministry who I've become close to in the last 3 years. Thank you very much. It is with profound gratitude that I stand before you, having been selected to present a keynote address at this very important event being observed globally with the theme of sustainable dairy, good for planet and good for you. This year in Nigeria, the event is organized by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development in partnership with the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Kodaran, and Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited. All of us recognize the importance of dairy products, particularly milk, in our individual and national life. Hence, the reservation of this day all over the world to mark the World Milk Day. Let me just state a history. One of my senior brothers was taken to Nairobi, Kenya, and to a village nearby where he learned how to do this dairy product stuff. He was the first manager of the Kano dairy product, which we call Efulani in Kano, for those who know Kano. So we have been associated with this particular product. The address that I've been given to do is the role of government and other stakeholders in sustainable agricultural financing in Nigeria. The Bank of Agriculture is the development financial institution saddled with responsibility of financing the agri value chain activities. Now, agriculture is one of the priority sectors of Nigeria. It serves as the key driver for food security, growth in employment, wealth creation, and poverty eradication. The contribution of agriculture to the GDP has always been above 25% in the last 5 years. Agriculture provides over 70% of employment to the populace of the country. It should be noted that 90% of our agricultural production in Nigeria is dominated by the smallholder farmers who are in the rural areas. The potentials of agriculture cannot be overemphasized. We are a country blessed with about 930,000 square kilometers of arable land. We have 280 cubic meters of water surface for fishery and irrigation. And we also are blessed with diverse ecological zones that supports production of so many crops and other agri products. And we are also blessed with over 100 million youth that can make up the workforce in the agri sector. And there is a big market of over 200 million people. These potentials need to be fully utilized and need to be brought in to play a key role. Now, the key players in the agri sector financing: Central Bank of Nigeria, development financial institutions, deposit money banks, that is the commercial banks, microfinance institutions, informal self-help groups, the ministries and MBAs, international donor agencies, agri insurance, and agri credit guarantees. The government funding. The federal government has been funding agriculture for a long time. For those who are a little bit close to my age, can remember the Operation Feed the Nation, the Great Revolution. All these are part of the federal government financing in agriculture. Not too long ago, we can remember the Anchor Borrowers Program of the Central Bank of Nigeria, which has really assisted us, and I could say this sending toll. Without that scheme, perhaps we wouldn't have had food to eat during the COVID period. Now, the budgetary allocation is not as expected. The Maputo Agreement of 2003 expects Nigeria to allocate 10% of our budget to agriculture, but so far we've only had over 3% in 2019. This is quite not good enough, and we wish we can have more allocation to agriculture by the federal government. Agri-financing is influenced by government policies, some of which are the Agri-Promotion Policy of 2016 to 2020, Economic Recovery Growth Plan of 2017 to 2020, and the National Livestock Transformation Plan of 2019 to 2028. These policies provide a enabling environment for growth in the agri sector. Financial institutions. The financial institutions that participate in financing agriculture are the Deposit Money Bank, the Development Financial Institutions, and the Microfinance Banks. The Microfinance Bank gets money from the PFIs and also from collaborators who come to them and say, look, I have some money, you use it and give some farmers and collect the return to us. The biggest challenge that we have been perceiving or have been experiencing in agri-financing is the perception of the populace, and also the perception also of the financial institutions. The deposit money banks are scared about the risk element in agriculture, so they are not very forward in financing a lot of money to that sector. There's also a very high cost of administration of loans to agri. You need to go to the farms, to provide the farms and monitor the farms. There's also the long-term nature. There are some agri value chain activities that takes 5-7 years to become profitable for you. Palm oil is one of them, dates and other things. Then there's also the low management capacity of the farmers. The smallholder farmers are not very educated and enlightened, so they're used to their formal and informal farming only. Lack of infrastructure, especially the post-harvest losses experienced by farmers. There is need for us to look at whether we can get cooling vans and cooling storage facilities to store this product. Then difficulty in repayment of loans and facilities, which can be as a result of climate conditions like flooding and drought, or unpredictable cash flows in the value chain activity you are doing. And most importantly, lack of collateral by the smallholder farmers to access loans. And then there's also the market challenge, unstable pricing. Before now, the marketing boards were there to stabilize prices, but now it's a free market for everybody. And then there's also a rapid demand for produce. In order to facilitate free flow of affordable finance and investment, the Central Bank of Nigeria, in trying to encourage the deposit money banks, established the NERSA, the Nigeria Incentive-Based Risk Sharing System for Agri Lending. The whole idea is that they're supposed to de-risk the loans given by these banks. Now, in order for us to achieve the desired goal, We need to strengthen and implement the credit guarantee scheme that the CBN brought in NARSA. We need to mop up the excess produce in time so that we don't have post-harvest losses. And we need to encourage agricultural cooperative societies so that their members cannot suffer losses. And we need to see how we can revive the commodity boards, whether you want to call them marketing board or whatever, you can call them maybe guarantee pricing agencies or whatever they want to give it. Now, we also have financing coming from development partners and agencies. Agencies like IFAD, FAO, and AGRA. They have done a lot in financing agriculture in Nigeria. We also have the private sector investors, which will sell today. All these people that have their stand are using their own funds to develop the sector they're in. Now, the challenges of agri-financing in Nigeria is that there is never enough money for funding of agriculture. The money will never be enough. And then there is the poor financing of the agri infrastructure. In February this year, we launched the tractor scheme in Kaduna. The whole idea is that we need to mechanize and get a lot of land for farming. Giving you an example is between Kaduna and Niger, there is a vast forest, but it's not yet, converted into farmland. And if you have machinery and equipment, it's a good place for us to increase the production of food there. Then there's a high risk involved in agri-financing because if there's a drought or flood and then the beneficiary refuses to insure his farm, or perhaps he underinsured it, you cannot get money to repay the facility that you took. Lack of acceptable collateral from the smallholder farmers because they don't have it, so they can't give it to you. So they cannot access that money to do farming. Skill and adequacy in service delivery, high dispersion of farmers which lead to high transaction costs on lending, and the lack of access to financial services by the rural farmers, poor awareness and lack of confidence in insurance and credit guarantee schemes. Now, how do we improve financing in the agricultural sector? One of the best ways to do it is by forming clusters. You will find that A will support B, B will support C. So in this way, we can be able to reduce the risk of key man business. Now, crowdfunding is also one area we should look at, where people can come together and give money to somebody they trust to do the business for them. Technology enabling values. What we're talking about here is that let's try and get these cooling vans, storage facilities, mechanization, so that we can be able to increase production, preserve the harvest after the harvesting period. And in terms of the cooling vans, I think in January, a scheme was launched by the Honorable Minister at that time for the butchers to get cooling vans to transport their meat from the abattoir to the market. But the response has been very slow. We have not received a lot of application from the butchers because they don't have collateral to back them up, and they have refused to form clusters. So it's a big challenge for us. Now, my recommendations is that we should ensure implementation of all the policies that are in place. We should strengthen all institutions involved in agri-financing. We should harmonize and create synergy in the activities of agri-financing in the country. Improve funding of agri in Nigeria to attain food security. Financial institutions through the Bankers Committee can map out funds on annual basis to finance agriculture and ensure implementation. There used to be a time when the commercial banks were penalized for not lending to agri sector. The Bank of Agriculture should be properly recapitalized, repositioned for proper implementation of its mandate. We should have an enabling environment for technological companies to come in and give us the platform so that we can reduce our post-harvest losses. the private sector can collaborate on agricultural research and development that will lead to provision of improved foods for the yield. In conclusion, I'll say that the bank has been recently recapitalized and repositioned, and we're expecting to get capital from the shareholders. We intend to deploy this capital specifically to lending. The bank is not created to empower anybody. The bank was set up to give facilities for farming, dairy, cattle, all sorts of agri-value chain activities. And we have a spread in the country. We have 110 branches all over the country, 3 branches in every state, and 2 in the FCT. I think this is good enough for the farmers to access the bank facility. Our head office is in Kaduna, and we are reachable through the means of communication. We have a stand. We can go and collect information about how you can set up a relationship with us, and we'll see that we give you support in your business. I wish to commend the organizers of this program for finding the Bank of Agriculture was to be the keynote speaker of this program. On this note, I wish to say thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for him. Perfect timing. Yes, that was great timing on his part. He had 30 minutes and he gave us good work worth our time for 30 minutes, even less than. Please acknowledge him once more. Put your hands together. Our next speaker is our guest speaker for today. He's going to be giving us a lecture titled Financing a Competitive Dairy Industry, Innovative Strategies and Emerging Trends. Due to some reasons beyond our control and his control, of course, he's joining us virtually. He missed his flights. He wasn't able to make it down here in time for this, but he's going to join us virtually. But before then, I'm going to read his profile for us all to know him better and know the caliber of people that we are bringing to the table here. Our guest speaker's name is Mr. David Maina. He is the founder and head of business, Performita Agribusiness Advisory Group. David Maina is an agribusiness expert specializing in the dairy and fodder sector. He is the director and head of business at Performita, a Kenyan-based agribusiness firm with a regional footprint in advisory, consultancy, advocacy, and farmer support. David has over 18 years of experience serving in different capacities in the public, private, and international development sectors. He has steered sector-level processes and partnerships geared towards the growth of the dairy and fodder sectors with a key focus on financial and technological solutions. David holds a degree in economics from the University of Nairobi, a Master of Business Administration, and a Master of Management in Agribusiness. He is a self-driven development enthusiast with eyes on a food-secure Africa. Please put your hands together for Mr. David Maina. Is he ready?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us, please? Please, Mr. David, Mr. Maina, say something so we can hear you. We'll know you're with us.
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, I can hear you.
Good. Thank you so much for joining us. We have stakeholders in the hall from dairy sector and the livestock subsector in Nigeria and across Africa listening to you here. We are going to hand over to you now. Please, can you show us your face? We'd like to know whom we are talking to, please. Can we see your face?
Yeah, thank you very much. And hi. Everything is clear, the video and the voice? I think the coordinator, you can confirm to me whether the voice and the video is clear on your end. It's okay? All right. Can I proceed?
Yes. Yes, we can see you now. Thank you very much. Take it up for him, please.
Thank you very much. And I think I will just proceed. You've been able to give to the participants my profile. So I just want to thank you very much for the honor of inviting me to this great event and to congratulate the organizers for managing such a great event and also the success of it. I'm looking forward to hear the results at the end of it. Fortunately, I have been able to visit Nigeria recently, courtesy of our partnership with the L&Z Integrated Dairy Farms. And thanks to the MD and the president of Kodaran, Mr. Abubakar. So I'm going to be presenting for the next few minutes. I have a presentation which just to guide me so that I'm not unstructured, but also to bring you greetings from Kenya. Today is a holiday. This is the day when Kenya attained self-rule. So everybody is celebrating Madaraka Day. Madaraka basically means that we got self-rule ahead of independence. So thank you very much. I would like to dive into the presentation and I hope it can be seen from that end. Now, in my practice, I have been able to support or engage with different sectors, different countries, but a lot of our work, being a Kenyan company, has been in Kenya. And I had a short discussion with the Kodaran, saying that I'll be able to present more about our current lessons we have learned about dairy and fodder from the perspective of financing, and maybe lessons that are going to support the Nigerian dairy sector, not to repeat our mistakes, but also to pick some insights that are going to be helpful for the milk revolution that we are looking forward to in Nigeria. So a bit of highlight on our development as a sector. I know that a few speakers have referred to Kenya on certain sections of their speeches, the production of milk and so on. Of course, it's not everything that is great. We have struggles, but we also have some meticulous areas of growth. Pre-independence, there was a very intensive work on mapping the country on where the dairy sector will be or where people are going to farm dairy. And we can say that even before the independence was attained in Kenya, the highlands and the areas that have high rainfall had already been set aside to be potential dairy zones. And during that time, there was also a lot of effort by the administration then to set up regulatory services. As early as 1958, the dairy board was set. And also the government supported the marketing of any milk that is being produced by the highlands, especially the highlands where a lot of milk was being produced by the non-Africans. So there was a government supported, or we can say a government owned creameries so that all the milk produced could be bought. Although a lot of production then was done by the bigger farms and which were not run by Kenyans then, but a lot of institutions at that point, the veterinary board, the dairy board, and the creameries were set up already. Later on in the 60s, we had growth of farmer-owned enterprises and cooperatives. This is because there was then the land demarcation. People can settle in the different areas because now there's independence and people beginning to set up their own enterprises on farm. And dairy was one of those enterprises that were set up. And to support these farmers, the cooperatives, the cooperative movement was already beginning at that point. For those of you who have been in Kenya, it's actually a vibrant movement to date, and farmers really get a lot of services through the cooperatives. So through the cooperatives and also for the many smallholders who are all over the country, the government also put up, I would say, at very early stages, vibrant extension services. So the graduates who are coming out of university with agriculture degrees were put on the villages to be able to support farmers in cultivation, in crops, in dairy. Although dairy at that time was really low in scale and mainly subsistence, there was still a lot of support going on through extension. But something happened in the 90s that with the growth of the smallholder population that was dealing with dairy, because I would say that at that point, there wasn't much of medium-scale dairy. It was mainly the smallholders taking up dairy for their own food. But then we had liberalization around 1992, where the government allowed other processors to be able to come up and present markets or be off-takers of the milk produced in the country. So we no longer had one processor, the Kenya Cooperative Creameries. Now we had more processors being licensed by the Kenya Dairy Board. But also at that point, we saw the growth of banks and lending institutions, many of them being licensed by different regulatory institutions. And therefore, as lending was growing, also the lending towards the agriculture sector was growing. So we began to see the emergence of professional dairy farmers. When I say professional, I mean people who are already engaged in other careers, but who see an opportunity to do dairy at the farm level and do it better than how their parents did it. So banks also found an opportunity to be able to lend those people based on their other jobs as a collateral, because a bank would find it easier to lend to somebody who has a payslip, but when they get the loan, they set up a dairy. So we also began to see emergence of medium level dairy, because then we had more smallholders, but also larger scale dairies that were inherited from the whites. Now, during this time, there was also liberalization of airwaves. So a lot of radio programs training people about dairy and exciting people, motivating people, bringing to the fore a lot of good cases of people doing a good practice. And therefore, we saw a lot of growth here in dairy enterprises, especially at a commercial level. Post 2000, we begin to see that the leading cooperatives, so I think we have more than 300 cooperatives right now that are doing dairy, excluding the ones that are doing lending, because we also have the savings and the credit cooperatives. I mean the primary dairy cooperatives. So the top tier ones began to do their own processing. They are diversifying into processing. A few of you may know some large cooperatives like Githogori. There are many others that are in middle tier. And you'll see that they began to see that why don't we also develop processing capacity so that besides collecting milk from the farmers, we can also do our route to market and perhaps give the farmers an assurance that we can give them a stable price and that we can be able to run end-to-end kind of business model. So we had quite a number of cooperatives, say like, let's say the top 10% diversifying into that, and also having SACCOs, which can be able to finance farmers, especially when banks are not as friendly or as open to lend smallholders. And what you'll see is that every cooperative having a SACCO would then pay farmers through the SACCO so that farmers can be able to develop their banking profiles in the SACCOs and making the lending much easier for them. Now, the current, what we see is that with time, we saw growth also in the consumption. That has to do also with our devolution system that came in with the 2010 constitution, making some of the small towns to expand, population growing around the smaller towns, and therefore a growth in the consumption per capita. And if you check most of the reports currently, they are going to put Kenya as one of the leading countries in terms of how much milk we consume. Over 100, at some point, FAO put it, World Bank put it at 110 liters per person per day back in 2010. I don't think that the growth has been linear. Perhaps it has grown a bit, but yeah, we are in the league of the most high consuming country globally among the developing nations. So with this growth, we then see more milk going into the cold chain, more processors coming up. 5 years ago, the Kenya Dairy Board had already licensed 69 processors. So you could see coming from one processor around independence and coming to about 69, combining top tier and also the smaller, even farm-based processors. And we have quite a number of them that are doing farm-based processing having their own dairy farm, but also collecting milk, like what is happening at LNZ Integrated Farms. Such kind of models growing. And I think that also presented a big chance for banks to begin funding and to also acknowledge enterprises in dairy at different levels. Maybe previously it's farmers coming to borrow from their cooperatives. Now we begin to see input suppliers growing. We begin to see processors. And you can see that it was really a vibrant growth in the dairy sector. That is basically just a highlight so that for some who may not have interacted with the dairy sector in Kenya, this can be a good intro into the sector we are talking about. But I'd like to go straight into the financing aspect. Now, what we saw is that banks, after 2000, and we had also a new leadership that time, we had, I think we were the most hopeful nation because the leadership that was coming into power was coming after 24 years of the previous president. And there was a lot of hope in the change of government that we can see economic liberation, we can see growth in the SME sector, we can see growth in agriculture. And what happened is that banks also got licensed a lot. And then the government discouraged lending to the government so that more money can go to the farmers, can go to the enterprises. And I think banks had no choice. You could see that banks that were previously lending to the government were now putting up branches all over the country so that farmers can be able to access the services. And we could say that the accessibility to open an account, to take a loan was made much easier between the year 2000 and the year 2012 when we had that regime of the new government. But then we began to observe that the banks were preferring to lend the processors. It was, if you look at my symbolization here, you see that more money was going to the processors, and I'm going to be explaining why. Perhaps some of you are already thinking that if you have been to banking, you can already see why a bank would prefer to have their borrower as an established processor as opposed to a smallholder. But there was also a lot of lending going to the cooperatives, but not as much. There was more emphasis, of course, at downstream than upstream. Then we see that at the farm level, except for the middle level commercial dairies and the large scale dairies who had no problem with the banks whatsoever, they were already in good banking books, the smallholder was somehow neglected. And this is what I called in my presentation, the era of overinvesting downstream. You can see that banks were putting more effort and much less effort where it matters or where really the milk is coming from. And putting more money in the supermarkets where milk is really meeting the consumer at the consumer end, where it is being processed. And you can see that trend was not going well for the sector. So now the bigger question was, why are the banks preferring that kind of lending? First, for the processors, it was because they were investing huge amounts of money, and therefore the size of borrowing or the ticket sizes were worth the chase. I've had discussions with banks, and you can see they'll tell you that if I'm going to lend, say, $100,000 to one client, and I'm doing 2 trips, discuss this in a management meeting or in a board meeting, and I have the approval in a few weeks, and I'm giving that loan. In terms of my loan book, it looks very good as compared to chasing a small loan of, say, $5,000 that takes me the same effort, the same time. But also processors, as per requirement of such an enterprise, they are formalized in terms of legally, in terms of ownership. So very easy to be able to understand who owns this company, how much is it worth, where do they bank, and also the books, because of requirement for the register of companies, they have to be audited. So it becomes easier for any banker to appraise a processor and to do a faster process to make a decision whether they are lending to that processor or not, to be able to check in the government systems where this person is banking, and a bit more intelligence that the banks normally do, where they are appraising a client for a loan. So it was quite obvious to see why banks were putting more money downstream. But also the other thing is collateral, that the bank would see that we have a lot of things to tie into this. They have payment, they're able to pay the loan, but at the same time, they are not able to pay. We have this factory that could easily be auctioned, if the recovery doesn't go well. At the cooperative level, why were cooperatives also appearing attractive to the bank? First of all, for most cooperatives, they have a very stable supply chain. They have a captive supplier base of milk. In fact, if I could compare a cooperative society to an independent processor, milk processor, like in Kenya, the largest milk processor is actually one that is not attached to a cooperative. So they have to go around the country picking milk and creating goodwill with the farmers, but there is no ownership that is attributed to the farmers. So farmers are more likely to be loyal to the cooperatives where they have a share, where they have a hope of ownership, and they feel that this is my thing, this is something I should grow, this is at home. And therefore that captive supplier base and the loyalty makes the bank see that this is a stable business system that could easily go into the future, a going concern. Then two, cooperatives are run much better, if I could say, than both the regional government and the central government. It's a much less complicated bureaucracy. It is run by people who are in one village. They do a fair elections to the who sit in the board, and therefore, even if there's a bit of management challenges, it is not as pronounced, and therefore it can be trusted. The accountability systems can be trusted. And two, they are regulated. There's a department of cooperatives that is able to audit how they are operated. And it is very clear to everybody how they run, how much margin they pick from the farmers, and how they sustain their business models. Then three, cooperatives are also banking. Sometimes they are multi-banked. So you can be able to see their banking history, their liquidity, and their cash flows. And they are also, for most of them, we are also having stable off-takers of the milk they collect from the farmers. They collect milk and they sell to processor X. So it is very clear that the product they are presenting to the market does not present a risk to the bank, and therefore it doesn't give them, it gives them an advantage for lending. But then we have the one who is getting much less attention to the bank is a dairy farmer at the upstream. They are asking for very small loans. They want to buy a heifer. A heifer in Kenya, if you're buying, it will range from, as low as 500, if you're buying some underdeveloped genetics, $500 to $600, going to $1,000, some even going to $3,000 because there are different levels. But then a farmer who is just beginning and has only about 1 hectare or 2 hectares of land, because Kenya is dominated by smallholder systems, would not be requiring so much money to buy a cow or to buy feeds or to lease some land to grow their fodder. So small tickets, so to say, compared to the other players who are coming to the bank. And therefore the banks were finding it very hard to appraise and very expensive, and also having a lot of doubts on how much are they going to invest in the process of approving this loan and also to recover the money. Then two, the collateral process is also expensive. Many farmers are not presenting salaries. They are farming as a full-time business. And therefore, the only collateral you can take is the cows. And for you to take the cows, you also have to insure the cows. And some farmers are not open to paying an extra cost to insure the cows so that they are admissible as a collateral. Some of them will do, others find it difficult. Then farmers also have this problem, and I don't know whether it's also a problem with most of the African countries, the issue of records being either absent, totally absent, or being incomplete. And therefore, for the banks, they feel they're not comfortable to make a decision because the historical data that could help in the appraisal is not clear. And of course, the viability question. How is this business likely to continue? What if the farmer does not do the right things? What if they're not trained? So you could see the justification for the banks to put their effort and invest a lot of their communication and partnerships in institutions that are more downstream and neglecting, so to say, the farmer where the milk is coming from. So let me now explain what was the consequence and what did we see happening after many years of this lending, if I call it a lending bias. First of all, we have we had an occurrence about from 5 years ago. We began to feel the effect of the climate challenges, drought cycles coming too close. This is an experience across the world. Maybe in Nigeria, you probably have seen it even more. And then what happens is that the farmers experience that firsthand because fodder does not grow. The predictability of their production is not very clear. The arrange for season is missed here and there, or even too late for seasons. So the processors began to operate below viable capacities, a lot of idle capacity in their processing factories. And the Kenya Dairy Board documented 3 years ago that the average processing capacity was at 46%. So you can imagine, you can do your mathematics and see that if somebody had borrowed against an optimal processing capacity, and then they are doing 46%, you can see that already something is going wrong. The other thing is that we had, by the end of last year, 20 out of 70 registered processors on the roll of Kenya Dairy Board closed down their operations, not because they had management problems, not because they had any issues with the formality or legality of their businesses, but because they could not get milk. So what is happening at that point with the banks? We begin to see banks now are reporting higher levels or higher ratios of non-performing loans. That word is ratios, not rations. I think I'm used too much of husbandry terminology. It's high levels of non-performing loans and also defaults. For the first time, we saw banks coming to consulting companies like Performata and asking, where can we get milk for this processor? You can imagine a time coming when the bank is now looking around for milk for the processor so that the processor can be able to attain the viable levels of processing so that the processor can pay back their loan. So banks were not moving around looking for who to borrow. They were moving around looking at, can you get milk for our processors because we're in bad book. And also banks moving to shifting their lending to government. Apparently, we also had a lot of lending to government between 2010 and 2020. So beginning to consider that, agricultural lending is becoming very risky. And for a long time, we were stuck at 5% lending to agriculture, overall agriculture lending, and 95% of lending going to other things that are either unrelated or very remotely related to agriculture. So banks were in trouble. They were already beginning to feel the effect, and I would say the adverse effect of having put a lot of investments on the downstream institutions of the dairy sector. Then for the cooperatives, they were also feeling the heat. They began paying farmers very high prices. I would say that perhaps by the beginning of last year, we got the highest prices paid to the farmer than any price ever paid by private processors. So you can see a cooperative now beginning to compete at the same level as a processor just to be able to retain their members, not to supply elsewhere, because they also have made commitments to the bank. Some have invested in input shops, they have invested in processing capacities, and they have to pay the loans. So very high prices being paid. And then also their processing units, some of them actually closing. They are on the list of the processors that were closing because they cannot get enough milk, or they are thinking it's better to actually collect the milk and sell to another processor at a higher price than to go through the whole process of making their value adding their product, because the margin of selling to another is much higher than having through the normal process of selling their own and managing the route to market. At the farmer level, what was happening? News were saying that farmers are getting the best price ever. But the books of the farmers were showing that, yes, there's a high turnover, there's a high revenue per liter. Farmers getting double what they were getting 4 years ago. But then the feed costs were also increasing. And this also came at the same time. We have the disasters of COVID, we have the climate complications, we have the Ukraine crisis, and we are importers of some of these raw materials. And Kenya relies a lot on our neighboring countries for maize-related raw materials or ingredients for our concentrate feeds. So you can see all that around COVID, what was happening. So farmers were actually reporting losses despite having very high prices being paid to them. And if somebody would look at face value, they would think that farmers are excited at the price we are getting. But no, we are on the ground and we could see that farmers were actually closing even at that very good prices. Then the other thing is that farmers were also beginning to stock down their herds. And in our farmer groups, you'll see farmers selling cows. I mean, out of 10 requests coming to office, it's can you get someone to buy my cows? And only one saying, can you get somewhere I can buy cows? So that's really not what we expect. We expect a balance between people buying cows and others selling cows. But this time, you see farmers trying to either close the farm or reduce their herds to almost half of what they have. Now came the turnaround, and I think this is one of the most important point, perhaps also the turnaround from my presentation, from the previous presentation that show what the banks were doing and how the financing sector was looking at dairy sector, how they were profiling the various actors and who to lend and who not to lend. And now where we came to, that was the complication. And then what then was discovered and what then happened or as emerging knowledge, correcting the error. And then the new emergence is the feeds and fodder. All of a sudden, we began to see reports, some of the processors having getting into partnership to do a study, banks getting involved with the consultants. Can you find out how well could we have done it? And the emerging knowledge was that if we had put more investments in the fodder subsector, then we probably would not have ended up where we were. So we began to see processors that had survived beginning to change their mode of relating with farmers. Instead of just chasing for the milk, they begin to say, if you can stay with us, we can provide inputs, we can provide extension, we can provide vet services or AI services, so that we know that for sure, if something ever happens and we are in this situation again, I can still sustain my business. Then you also see that at this time, we had banks beginning to make announcements of new products around fodder. One of the banks which we have a partnership with announced that they now have a product where you can come and borrow. They have set aside a portfolio of $10 million for anybody who is doing an investment that is related to fodder. At the same time, we had development institutions coming in to partner with banks and saying, if you can set aside a portfolio, or if you can put aside a certain amount of money designated for lending to fodder related investments, then we also can come in and give a guarantee against the borrowers to buy away your risk of lending. So go into that sector even if you think it's risky, but we cover you to a certain extent. So they have an agreement on how much kind of cover are they providing. Is it guarantee? Is it providing some training for the farmers? Just a way of ensuring that the banks can step into that a bit of risky zone of lending, but do it anyway because it was time to invest in the right places. Then we also see cooperatives who are beginning to sign agreements with commercial fodder producers. So previously, you see that when I was listing the amount of the number of actors in the sector, you didn't see commercial fodder producers as an entity in the dairy sector in Kenya. But now you begin to see emerging institutions that are not doing dairy. Their work is just providing fodder alone. They could have been there before because there's some about 3, 4, 5 farms that were done by pre-independence and are still there producing alfalfa. But now we had indigenous investors setting aside 200 acres, 300 acres, just providing maize. Others are doing a different fodder, but it's an investment on its own, standalone, and doing only fodder. But for them to be financed, they now needed to know, do I have an off-taker in a cooperative, or do I have an off-taker in a group of medium-scale farmers who I'm sure if I produce this amount of fodder, they can buy. So banks were beginning to target those investments which had previously been neglected in the previous phase, and therefore were either unknown or nobody paid attention to them. I have talked about dairy cooperatives now having partnership with the commercial fodder producers, but also increased investment in farmer training. It was also believed that part of the reason why we were not achieving the 15 liters per cow per day as we had hoped for back in 2010, and only seeing farmers presenting 10 liters to the cooperative per cow, was because that farmers had not adopted or embraced ration-based feeding. So farmers were feeding what they get. If it rains and they have Napier, they have a bit of dairy meal, they have some straw, then they feed. But no one is balancing feeds to be sure that I'm giving a ration that can guarantee me this amount of production because I have good genetics at the farm level. So cooperatives were looking for funds from development institutions and also grants from NGOs to provide training so that if they invest in a process where they are acquiring large volumes of fodder, they are sure that farmers will be able to feed their cows correctly. And that way, if a bank has, if the cooperative has borrowed money to make this investment, they know they can be able to pay back. So those were really interesting trends. And now what we see emerging now, and this is what is happening in Kenya, perhaps at early stages, is to have a full view of the value chain. Previously, it was very narrow, just focused on the processor, the farmer, and the cooperative. But now you see the banks began to have a full view of the cooperative, of the value chain, and the green person there, or the green actor there, now has a very definite place in the supply chain of fodder. That is a commercial fodder producer, and banks are beginning to target this as an area of putting money, instead of putting money at the, not that they are abandoning the processor, but they are putting money at the fodder production so that they can be able to sustain the sector. And therefore, if the dairy survives, then they know they have business at the dairy farm, they have a business at the cooperative, and they have also business at the processor level. So we have more than 3 banks now announcing big news. We now are working with this fodder company. At the same time, government also decided to set aside land that was previously government so that farmers can be able to lease, or investors can lease that land from government to produce fodder and food for humans. I think for government, they were torn between how do we set aside land just for fodder? How do we also respond to the food security scares in the country? So what government was saying, and this was a cabinet approval done about a year ago, is that if there's any institution in the country that is holding government land, the research, apart from the research institution, the research and the universities, all the others, they meet together, they form a consortium, and they begin discussing how do we give away this land and at what rates? And do we give plain land, or do we give land that already has irrigation systems so that investors can produce fodder for the sector? If we have enough fodder in the sector, then we are good. And what does the bank do? The bank does not give these commercial fodder producer money. What they do, they give the inputs. They give this, they pay the seed company and they pay the fertilizer company so that this commercial fodder producer can produce. Then from there, they also support any contractors who are involved in either baling or packaging of fodder. And if you come to the bank saying that I'm a transporter of fodder, I'm getting fodder from the production zones to the areas where it is consumed, because in Kenya, you have areas which are more of production zones for fodder, and other areas which are too fragmented, small land sizes, and therefore they don't have sufficient land to have fodder of their own. So you can see that one region is really fodder deficient, and the other one is fodder sufficient. So it's one region supplying to another, hence the relevance of that transportation and the upcoming feed centers. And finally, the fodder gets to the farmer. But banks were also funding all these actors under that fodder portfolio. So if you come and say, I'm a transporter, I'm a baler, I want to import a tractor, then that became a very good discussion with the bank, because they want to fund anything that is going to increase the amount of fodder available in the sector. This was not very much about quality. I would say that for now, they were looking about quantities. Can we have sufficient fodder? Even before we begin to think about which lab do we test for proteins, for dry matter, that was really not the discussion. It's about, we are coming from a drought, we are coming from a scare of a collapse of a whole sector, then the banks must now put money where it should be. But at the same time, the banks were also, giving money to the cooperatives so that if the fodder producer is now ready to harvest and does not have money, they can be able to call the cooperative and say, can you offtake this fodder for me? If the cooperative does not have money, they could also go to the bank and get funded so that they can be able to take that season. And therefore, the commercial fodder producer can go back to another season of production so that their cash flows are not affected. So this is actually what is now being done. And we have agreements going on. We have cooperatives talking to the prisons, to lease land. We have cooperatives talking to the I don't know, these are really Kenyan institutions. I probably should say the institutions that are holding government land, the Agriculture Development Corporation, that are having hundreds of thousands of acres. My previous speaker who has spoken before me was also mentioning about areas that need to be cleared so that they can have further cultivated. It's the same thing. We have land that is idle, and now banks come in with the cooperatives and say, if you can be able to produce another 1,000 acres for your farmers, we can fund you on account that you assure us that this fodder will be consumed and that cows will produce more, a whole cause and effect chain until we get back our money. So that is the shift that has happened in Kenya. And we hope that with this, we can also see more of that happening in other countries where we don't make that mistake of putting investments on the downstream because of the attractiveness of their systems, but really encourage the financing sector to focus on where it all begins. Because if we don't put money there, then we are going to end up in the Kenya consequence, where we almost had a collapsing sector because we abandoned fodder as a potential financing area. I think after that point, I'd like to end there and perhaps respond to one or two questions if there's any opportunity to do that. But my point is made because I just wanted to explore any insights that could be useful for Nigeria as they focus on the milk revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maina. We appreciate you, and happy Madaraka Day in Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well received.
That was indeed a very brief, detailed lecture from Mr. David Maina in all over from Kenya. Before we proceed, I would like to recognize the Chief Executive Officer, Kaduna Milk Value Chain, Dr. Ishak Bello. If he's here, please put your hands together for him. They are the makers of the Mikopa yogurt behind there. We are proceeding quite quickly now to the panel, the discussion session of this event. And I would like to invite the panelists to the podium. This segment is going to be moderated by Mrs. Winnie Lai Sholari. She's the Director, Animal Husbandry Services, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Please put your hands together for her, please. If you are in this hall and you don't know Mrs. Lai Sholari, you are wrong. You are wrong, please. Put your hands together for her. She comes up. I'm going to call out the names of our panelists. Please, when I call your name, please make your way to the podium, please, so that we can proceed. The first name I have here is Engineer Abimbola Daniel. Is the CEO of Daniel Integrated Farms and National Secretary, Kodaran. Please, if you're here, Mr. Daniel, please. Also, I'll be calling and inviting to the podium Mr. Temitokbe Adegoroye. He's the managing partner, Sahel Consulting Agriculture Nutrition Limited. Please put your hands together for him. They are doing great things, please. Keep clapping, keep clapping. It is good to see people that have the progress of our agriculture sector in mind. I also like to invite Mr. Benga Awe, Group Head, Agric Finance and Solid Minerals, Sterling Bank PLC. Mr. Benga Awe, please, if you're here, make your way to the podium. Thank you. Mr. Benga Awe is ably represented here by Dr. Joshua Zira. Dr. Joshua Zira is the Agric and Solid Mineral Finance Department Head, Agric North Partnership and Solid Minerals. Please put your hands together for him, please. Thank you. Also like to invite Dr. Henry Inegbu, is the head, EDGMIS, Nisal Microfinance Bank. Is he here? Dr. Henry Inegbu. I would also like to invite Mr. Yusuf Yila Philip, Director of Development Finance Department, Central Bank of Nigeria. He's ably represented here by Mr. Hassan Tom Abdurrahman. Please make your way to the podium. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Is Mrs. Sholari ready? Okay, she's making her way. Before she takes the mic from me to moderate this segment, I'd like to invite the chairman of Delhi First, Mr. Francis Ogboro. Please put your hands together. You've been having amazing yogurts, amazing ice cream from Delhi First. Please put your hands together for him. I must testify. Their ice cream is amazing. Put your hands together for Delhi First, please. I'm handing over now to Mrs. Sholarin to moderate this segment. Thank you.
Thank you. And the pretty lady, please let's give her a round of applause. She's been doing this. And why are you going away? I thought you would just be near me so that in case I make a mistake. So once again, let me thank everyone. Our dear panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen gentlemen of the press, we have come to this point where we need to talk business, where we need to be real, where we get down to the core reason why we are here, apart from drinking milk. Today, we are looking at an aspect of the dairy industry that we are still grappling with and hoping that we'll come to terms with. And that is how we can finance this sector sustainably and upscale that financing. As you are aware, the theme for this year is sustainable dairy, good for the planet, good for you. That also means that for us to sustainably do this and be climate smart about it, we'll need finance. So today we'll be discussing these strategies based on the experiences of the gentlemen we have out here. And Koderan left out the female gender in this selection. Koderan, your sins are forgiven. Today is World Milk Day. However, so we just go ahead. We will start. Introduce yourself as you go, as you speak, so that we know you. We don't have time. I have 1 hour, so I'm going to utilize it to the fullest. So we quickly take one after the other. we extract what we are doing. We bring our experiences, practical experiences and realities to bear. What are we doing? Are we take on the processors? What are we doing right now? Where are the challenges? Which areas do we think we need financing most? And let us support the financial, the guys in the finance sector by adding how. So what are we currently doing? What are our operations? Where are the challenges? Which areas do we need financing most? And how do we think this will come about so that the CBN, Sterling Bank, around here now will tell us the next step, what the challenges have been to and how they can better do this. So I will start.
With your permission, I would like to add somebody to the panel. I would like Mr. Ayodele Olaleye. No, it's still Mr., not Mrs. Mr. Ayodele Olaleye, Head, Agribusiness and Consulting, is from Integrated Dairies Nigeria Limited. I know they are in BOM, Jos, right? Am I right? Please put your hands together for Mr. Ayodele Olaleye. Thank you so much.
Is Madam Sugar still around or she has gone? Is Madam Sugar in? Okay, Madam Sugar has gone. I will have used the energy I have behind this microphone to invite her to the high table. So there will be a she here. Okay, so we go ahead. So we take the processors. We also have Sahel that will be also speaking with us about your challenges. But let's start. I will start by calling on, is L&Z here? L&Z, you didn't call up L&Z. Koderan, so Koderan will speak. You will speak. Okay, I just want to know who and who will be speaking for the processors from what I have here. So is Koderan going to speak for all the processors? Okay, and an IDL. Okay, fine. So we'll take Koderan first, and then specifically IDL if you have any. Thank you, sir. You can use the mic just by your side. What do you want to do?
Oh, this is what. Good afternoon, participants. It's a pleasure having us. Clearly, we are all interested to see the dairy industry develop in Nigeria from these numbers, but there are issues. I represent Koderan, and Koderan is really a combination of integrated dairy companies. That is, these companies work from the downstream, upstream down to the downstream. The upstream for us begins with getting the milk from the cow. The midstream is a collection and aggregation, bulking the milk. And the final end is about processing and then marketing before it gets to you on the shelves of the supermarkets. Obviously, you need to spend a lot of money doing this. And this may be one of the reasons why it hasn't been an all-commerce affairs this far, despite all the efforts. I can speak from experience because we were involved in crafting what is today the dairy policy. Many big producers have access to reasonable levels of funds because they are prepared themselves that well. The new joiners who want to partake in the industry are often not as equipped. They are strong in some aspects of the business, but in order to grow, you need to be able to collect more milk to process. And this is where the challenge comes in. Of course, milk is highly subject to spoiling. You know that. If it's not refrigerated, you've lost it after some time. You need equipment to refrigerate. You need stainless steel equipment to collect. You need logistics support for transportation as well as collection. Then, of course, on your road to the market. So we have encouraged members to try to begin by essentially being collectors of milk from around them with milk collection centers. This way we organize into cooperatives the smallholders and not so smallholders that we have around us. The challenge, therefore, is raising the money to pay them for the milk that they bring in. It means we have to begin actually from downstream. If there is no milk processor to offtake the milk that you have collected, then you are hanging on your own. So this stands the question on its head. Do we begin from the upstream or from the downstream? And I could see that in the model presented to us by our Kenyan friends. Now, milk collection centers are springing up. But I found people also who have set up milk collection centers and are trying to integrate fast because of the issue of not getting enough offtake to enable their growth. We have to rely on monies from the bank, essentially the central bank, Bank of Agriculture, and the trade end, which is Bank of Industry. As far as I know, most people who are well established have been able to access some support from these ends, but it has not been sufficient. So I think I will leave it there so that I don't take us off course. Let's listen and then I can respond to the issues as they affect us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These funds that you get from the banks, what is it for? Particularly so that we begin to narrow down on areas that require funding.
Yeah, you can. Let somebody else speak.
I'm saying you have just stated that you've been assessing funds. What funds for exactly what?
The bigger operators within Koderan have been accessing funds for improved packaging, which is what you see that gets to the shelf on the markets. This is where we are not competitive with most of the big multinationals importing powder milk and blending in the country. So to enter into that, and packaging itself is a huge industry of its own. So most of the big successful members you see are putting borrowed money to be able to enter into that path and then to expand production. And then you have to go down, start going upstream again. To start collecting more milk, you must organize cooperatives. Around the big processors we have in Koderan, L&Z, Farm Fresh, you have a large number of cooperatives of herders and pastoralists who are benefiting from supplying milk to the milk collection centers, which are solar powered in remote places, which are then bused to the town where you have the milk processing factory.
Okay, thank you very much. So my understanding is that the funds is mainly for your operations.
Correct.
To be able to expand, to give you increased capacity to offtake milk.
Yes, and capital. That's really capital equipment to do so, not only simply for working capital.
Capital,
Yeah.
capital projects. Okay, thank you very much. So IDL, can you please also touch on some of these challenges, particularly the ones that require funding, so that when we get to the funders, they will be able to address better.
Okay, thank you. So speaking specifically on the challenges, I think the first speaker has touched pretty much on a key aspect which affects us in IDL and also other people that are major players in the industry. That's the aspect of milk collection. Just as you mentioned, that milk is a product that deteriorates very fast. And then again, even though, yes, so much has been done in terms of capacity building for the smallholder farmers for them to be able to preserve the milk, but we still have this challenge because most of them are located in rural areas. And then in between the time that you offtake, where they are, and then you take to the processing points, which is now maybe our own farms. They have to cover distance. And then, so in the course of that, many times there's a lot of wastages. And so for us to be able to address that, there's a need for more investment in milk preservation, in terms of assets and then infrastructure. So we need to do more in enabling these farmers to have access, because in those locations where they live, they don't have access to electricity. And so there's a need for us to not tap into green source of energy, off-grid energy source for them to be able to preserve the milk. And then in the process of also moving the milk between the collection centers to where we are located, also our farms, there's a need for us to also have investment, for maybe milk tanks, cold infrastructure that will help us to be able to, assets that will help us to maintain the cold chain. That's very critical. Then another critical point that we need to begin to look into, which I think we need more blended financing in that area, is the aspect of breeding. The aspect of breeding, the aspect of research, because most of us, we are out for profit. So the patience is not usually there for you to say you want to wait for the gestation of, investment in R&D. Because typically R&D will take a course of time, maybe minimum of 2 years before you can begin to now measure, the efficiency or the effectiveness of what you have invested in. So today, as it is today, we still depend more on semen from overseas for us to improve our breeds. And I don't want to speak more about that because that affects our future as well. If you have to be depending on someone to give you, the genetic materials, for you to determine what happens in your climate. So there's need for investment in research and development for us to be able to, have more improved breeds that we will now be able to raise that will give us better milk yield, for us to be able to scale in terms of production and income from milk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope our mics will work. Thank you so much. We've been able to pick from what you have said, other areas requiring financing, R&D, breed improvement, some form of cold chain, logistics, and all of that. So thank you. We are putting all of this together. We'll bring this before the funders. I will also want the chairman of Dairy First to speak to us on looking at not so much now the day-to-day running, but looking at it from the high level high-level requirement, funding requirement for dairy sector. I hope that works.
Thank you very much, moderator. Before I answer your question, I'd like to seize this opportunity to actually thank you and your ministry for the support that you have given to Delhi Frost. Where we have reached today is as a result of the support we have received from yourself personally and your ministry. Thank you. You know, everybody that's in this industry today face the same challenge that the other previous speakers has talked about. For those of you who have visited the stands there and those that have visited our stand, Delhi Frost stand, and tasted the products, those products are of international standard and they're locally produced in Mina here. In our case, we have a very unique situation because we have been able to cross one hurdle, and that is partly the transportation issue, because we have sited our facility right on the farm. So we milk and we just walk across and deliver to the factory where we process the milk you've seen there today. But because we deliver around the country, we also face the challenge of transportation, huge cost of transportation. The cooling van that we use runs on diesel. And you know the cost of diesel today, quite expensive. We had a situation. We had a van full of milk products, and you know how easily they can go bad if not properly refrigerated. Traveling from Lagos to deliver to our distributors in Abuja, Kano, and the rest of the other parts of the northern countries, we ran into the situation, if you all remember, the flood that we had in Lokoja sometime last year. Our truck was stuck there for about 10 days. Impossible to switch off the refrigerating facility because all the stuff would have damaged. We had to arrange for people nearby to go and source diesel in drums and deliver to our driver on the spot because that cooling van had to keep going. At a huge cost. It was obvious that consignment was completely arrived at a loss to the company because of the cost of diesel that we've had to maintain the goods at the time. Transportation is a problem. And earlier on, I had one of the participants discuss the issue of approaching Nigerian Railways to see how we can maybe get them to provide some refrigerated wagons to assist with transportation of this goods. If that had been possible, we would not have run into that situation. And if a truck breaks down on the way, we face the same issue. Coming to funding, maybe the director from CBN will throw more light when he speaks, but we have issues with that. We started our factory in Mina in 2021, sorry. And we actually started our first batch of production in 2022. Milk production is part of what we do. But to get funding has not been easy. We have approached 2 or 3 banks. The collateral they asked, two of the banks said, well, they have exhausted their their funding for the agri sector. And as a result, they didn't have any funds to give us. One of the two that were prepared to assist, the interest rate, they say, is a single digit. But when you add on and add on, it goes to a double digit. And with the margin, it's almost impossible to be able to get to the market in this competitive environment and to be able to compete effectively. So there's the issue. We have that issue. I was talking to the director just now, and he's visited our facility in Mina a few last week, sometimes I think, and we hope that this will be beginning of our circle to this issue of funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You have touched on some key areas that I hope Sahel Consulting will expound, and then we will take it on with the banks that we have here. You've talked on interest rate. We've talked on capacity of companies to access the funds. Where are the banks that can lend agriculture? So these are some of the questions that are really begging for answers. So I'll move on to Sahel Consulting. Sahel, here you are. You are a service provider. You have done excellently well in this area, and I am very sure you have had challenges. So let's hear from you, and please put financing in focus as you discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Winning. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Temi Adegoroye. I'm the managing partner of Sahel Consulting. I'm so delighted to be here today. I'm particularly excited because when you sort of look back at where this sector, this industry was about 7 years ago when we started our work in the dairy landscape in Nigeria, and I compare that with the present moment, I'm actually quite excited about the progress we've made so far. But of course, there are quite a number of challenges that we still need to work in resolving. Sahel Consulting, we started our journey in this sector first by implementing a program called the Nigerian Dairy Development Program, NDDP. And we moved from that program to the current initiative, Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria program, with a lot of support from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and many of the private sector processors that are here today, Seboro International, L&Z, Hala Foods, Sarge Foods, Integrated Dairies Nigeria Limited, quite a number of processors, and now Daily Frost is also coming on board this initiative. We are quite excited about the opportunity in the landscape. But like I said, when we started implementation of our initiative, we wanted to sit back a little bit and think through what's the best model for the development of this sector would look like. And for us, we considered an ecosystem development approach. We've heard from Kodaran, we've heard from many of the private sector companies. We've also heard from David Maina from Kenya, our friend from Kenya, and the possibility of Nigeria also getting into the situation that Kenya, went into about 2 years ago, when we focused a lot on the downstream and we, sort of abandoned, development of the upstream segment of the chain. Within our work in Haldane, basically where we, identify communities, identify smallholder dairy producers in collaboration with the processors, form them into groups. We call those groups FF groups, and we build the capacity of those farmers at the group level. And at some point, when those groups are really strong and strengthened, we merge them together to form cooperative associations, basically supplying milk to the processor. And of course, the processor has a skin in the game because the processor then invests in milk collection infrastructure, both at the community level, but also logistics to transport the fresh milk to the factory. at the end of the day, we believe that the capacity development program within our program or within our initiative would help us to increase the volume of the milk production by the cows of these smallholder dairy producers, increase that volume significantly, but also improve on the quality of the milk, such that the milk getting to the factories of this processor has a very good quality. And there is a very, very low rate of rejection from the processors due to contamination of the milk. And it's really been working. But to speak with financing in focus, I think we've gotten to a point in the sector where we, have a lot of, interest from the private sector. A lot of investment is going into, the establishment of the factories. But there are some very specific areas. There's still a very serious challenge around the ability of processors to bring milk from many of these faraway communities into their factory. And we've seen that very clearly for almost all of our processor partners. Because to invest in milk collection centers across multiple communities, you'd agree with me that that's a very significant investment. We need financing in that area, and we need to be quite innovative about it. Of course, beyond that, to invest in cold chain infrastructure, moving this milk from the farms to the factory for processing also requires huge investment. And we need some interventions in that area. But I don't want to talk too much about the investment in the downstream because the processors have actually done justice to that. I want to really dwell on the upstream aspect of this. Because we can set up a lot of factories and we do not have enough milk. And we've seen in the sector that there are quite a number of players that are saying, should we invest in the smallholder producers, or we should rather just import, cows that are ready to give us milk? Of course, we've seen a number of initiatives bringing cows into the country that have probably not been so successful. Some of them are thriving. We need to really go back and invest in this backward integration. We need to ensure that the cow breeds that we have, local breeds of cows in Nigeria, are those that are capable to produce enough milk to service many of the factories that are currently springing up now. And we need to address that really very quickly. And there are quite a number of things that we need to do in this area. I'm basically speaking about productivity improvement. There are about 3 large, categories to improve the productivity. The first is for us to, I will talk about the breeding last. The first is for us to, improve investments in animal health care services. You don't agree with me that we've gone through multiple phases in Nigerian agriculture, and we've gone to a point now where we do not have a lot of support from the right quarters to make sure that our cows have access to the right animal health care services. How do we ensure that those cows are free of diseases? How do we ensure that the farmers do not just, give antibiotics to the cows based on what they think should be, and then it ends up in massive levels of contamination of the milk produced by the cows? So we need investment in that area. We need to have, even beyond veterinary doctors, we need to have community level animal husbandry service providers and really invest in strengthening that, providing them with the right kits to make sure that they can actually go to, really provide healthcare services at the community level and escalate bigger issues, to the veterinarians. The second I will talk about, which I think is probably the biggest issue we have now, is how to commercialize pasture production, feed and fodder. We heard in David Mena's presentation how Kenya has sort of come up with an innovative financing model for the sector, and feed and fodder is sitting right at the heart of that. We need to produce adequate quality feed to feed our cows. If they don't feed well, they cannot increase milk productivity. So how do we ensure that beyond the smallholder level, Aldrin has done a lot of work in working with smallholder farmers in groups training them on how to establish pasture, training them on how to process pasture into hay, into silage. We need to go beyond the self-help group level, the smallholder level. We need commercial scale production. And we're beginning to get this year a lot of interest from the private sector, those who are willing to really invest in feed and fodder production. We need interventions in this area from the government, from the banks. We need to ensure that the farmers have access to land. We need to ensure that farmers have access to the right inputs to produce adequate feed. It's critical. In fact, perhaps I would say it's the most critical. The last one I will talk about, and I think my brother from IDL mentioned it, is breed improvement. So once we have the animal healthcare services in place, once we're producing adequate feed to increase the level, the quality of milk and the quantity of milk, then we need to look into those breeds. And one significant step we need to take is to really go back into our research institutes that are mandated for this. We have NAPRI, we have NVRI. We really need to find a way to strengthen those institutes, to invest in them so that we come up with cutting edge research innovations, to really come up with private sector oriented innovations that would actually develop the genetic composition of the breeds we have now, so that we have our own improved breeds, not just bringing cows from all over the world and spending a lot of money. We spend, of course, a lot of money to make sure that those cows can actually survive, our conditions. But we can actually localize our improved breeds and ensure that those breeds, feeding them well, increasing access to animal healthcare services, can produce a lot of milk. And the milk, of course, we go into these factories that these private sector organizations are actually really investing a lot of effort into. Maybe I should stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We've been able to tease out some of the areas we need to now focus on as we go back to the banks. I hear very loud and clear feed and fodder. Many other speakers talked about breed improvement, the need for us to do that, and all the logistics issues around milk collection, aggregation, processing, animal healthcare, and research and development. Now, these are all aspects that we need, the areas we need. Can we now bring it down and unpack to specific areas? I want to ask Sterling Bank, what areas have you been funding in the past? And what areas do you see as potential areas that you can fund, going from all the discussions that we have had? And then quickly add for us what the challenges you have had funding the dairy sector.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Joshua Zura. I work for Sterling Bank, Agric and Solid Mineral Department. And it's a great pleasure to be here, and discussing dairy is an interesting one today. And I believe a lot needs to be done to make sure that the sector is revamped and get the best as is expected. And first of all, let me go to Sterling Bank, what we've been doing. Of course, Sterling is a national bank, and we work on 3 strategies. We work on digitization, specialization, and also on agility. And in our specialization areas, we have some specific sectors that we've selected to effectively fund it. And these sectors that have actually, of course, it will have some economic impact, social impact, and environmental impact. And this sector, we coin it to be HEART. That's HEART, health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transport. And today we are talking about agriculture. Now in Agric, again, what we do in Sterling Bank, we fund the entire sector from the upstream, from the pre-upstream, the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. So we've been funding that entire sector along the entire agricultural value chain. That's what we've been doing. And like one of the speakers today, I believe the keynote speaker mentioned, every government, actually from the Maputo Declaration on Agriculture, is expected to allocate at least 10% of its budget to agriculture. But I can tell you today, Sterling Bank, as a bank, we've allocated 15% of our total loan book to agriculture. And that's our belief in that sector. So we've been funding the sector in all areas, and we make sure that what the sector needs is not to fund a single segment of the value chain. Take, for example, if I keep funding the downstream sector, what happens if the upstream sector stops producing? Why would they have what they want to work with? And what would the midstream guys do if they don't have raw material to process? So we fund the entire sector, as I said. So we are working, when it comes to dairy sector, we've actually done some things with some few people. And currently we are working with our partners to see how we can actually work even with the smallholder headers, the smallholder cattle rearers in some location in Oyo State. And we are working with them specifically to scale. They are already working with Friesland Campina, and we are trying to develop something with them to see how we can fund the smallholder farmers. And through that, from our engagement, we've actually had a product in place. And these are the major guys actually at the bottom of the pyramid. They are those people that, of course, when you say access funding from the Kenya guys presentation, where you look at those guys at the bottom of the pyramid, they don't have collateral to access funding and they need to produce. So what did we do? We partner again with a particular organization to raise a blending fund, about $33 million. And that fund goes for women and youth in agriculture, 70% to women. Women, can you clap for yourself? And let's clap for the women. That money is for women, especially in agriculture, and also 30% for the youth, for the men. And we now look at, okay, we need to digitize that platform to actually fund those guys in that location. And that's what we are on it. And the digitization will soon happen. And at the same time, once it happens, that funding will come in. We did something for those people that know Sterling very well. 2018, we had a summit, Agriculture Summit Africa, where we say co-creating a sustainable agricultural system where we also work with rural farmers. And during that time, I know we were having the issues of header farmers clash. And what do we do? The NLTP is there. How do we actually, mitigate and mitigate this issue? We worked with a partner again to introduce the Napier grass. And of course, the Ladoga women came to make their presentation during that summit. And again, so we've done a lot, even a very large milk processing partner that are set up today. We've done a lot with them when they were building that process. And we were at the developmental stage working through with them. So for us, funding agriculture is something we believe in, and we are always ready to fund. For IDL and also for Kodera that have spoken about their funding needs, and as many of you that have your funding needs, of course, you can come with your funding program, and Sterling Bank is here to support you in that area. And another thing we do, again, before the moderator takes over, one thing we do with our people as Sterling Bank when it comes to agri, we provide some few things. We give you access to information. And I believe many of you today know about Sterling Farmers Radio that has over 5 million listenership today. We have it across the entire 36 states in the nation, including Abuja. We broadcast in the 19 states of the northern states, in Hausa, including FCT, and then in the southwest in Yoruba, and also southeast in Pidgin English. And we provide access to market through our Sabex platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much, Sterling. I'll come back quickly, but I would like to hear from CBN. And for CBN, we have a lot of information or assumption about CBN. We have them here today. Development Finance is here. Hassan Tom is here. We want to hear from CBN. We know that on paper and in some quarters you hear that there is some form of agri fund, some fund set aside for agriculture, some fund set aside to grow agriculture. I would like to know from CBN the specific areas that the livestock farmer should look forward to. Which banks should we go to? Remember, I asked that question. Where are the banks? Apart from Sterling Bank, if all of us go to Sterling Bank, Sterling, can you accept all of us? So I think CBN will be in a better position to throw more light on these financing generally and how we can tap into that and what he feels are the challenges they themselves are facing in trying to provide financing for agriculture, particularly for animal agriculture. Hassan, I hope I've not asked too many questions.
Thank you very much, moderator. You have not asked too many questions because we are ready with the answers for you. I don't even know where to start from. I said I don't even know where to start from. First, I would like to express my happiness over what is happening here. Thanks to you, the Federal Ministry of Finance, Quadran is doing excellently well. By this gathering, it means the future for dairy and the livestock in general in Nigeria is very bright. The Central Bank of Nigeria has been involved in developmental financing over the years. Not only the dairy value chain, but agriculture in general. Since the 70s, we have been involved. It doesn't mean that we are just starting, we are in it. But in 2019, the management of the bank felt that we should have a special that will be dedicated just for dairy sector development. And that group was established in 2019. And from that 2019 till date, some of the companies are here. It's not for us to start mentioning who and who, but they are mostly here, those who have benefited. And in the goodwill message I read on behalf of the Director of Development Finance, I mentioned that we disbursed over 40 billion naira. And all those that benefited are here because we have seen them, we have seen their stats. So the Central Bank of Nigeria, you know, we are regulators. So we cannot say, Mr. A, Farm A, go to Bank A or go to Bank B. We have various interventions. We have the Commercial Agricultural Credit Scheme, which was established since the early 2000s. We have the Agribusiness Small and Medium Enterprises Development Scheme. And from the name of the working group, like the team lead for the dairy value chain development working group. So we are looking at the value chain. We are not only looking at one aspect, maybe breed improvement, maybe housing, maybe further development. That's not what we are looking at. We are looking at the complete value chain, be it processing, be it whatever. You just approach us. Last week, we went to Mina for an entirely different project, not Delhi first, but we are invited that we should come and see what they have, and they will approach us that they want to partake in the facilities we have for the subsector. And we said they are welcome. We want to see their applications. Of course, the Central Bank of Nigeria does not deal with individual companies, dairy companies. You cannot just approach us without a bank and expect us to fund you. You must come to a bank. That bank must be willing to shoulder your to do the diligence on the they have to send us a bankable credit proposal we will look at in jointly with them, because at the end of the day they bear the credit risk. Central Bank of Nigeria will provide the funding, and we are glad, we are happy to say that most of those that have approached us and we have funded are really well. We don't have to name them, but Quadran can testify on our behalf that yes, we are actually
funding whoever that approaches us for funding. And as for the banks, yes, we know Sterling Banks is doing very well in that regard, and a couple of other banks are also doing very well in that regard. But it's not for us to come out and say go to this bank or go to that particular bank. And you know, the interest of the central bank, when we became interested in even having a work group just for the dairy subsector, is because in 2019 we carried out a study, and we realized that we are only producing 600,000 metric tons of fresh milk per annum in Nigeria. And actually our requirements are 1.7 million metric tons. So it means we have a gap, the gap of about 1.1 million metric tons. So how do we cover that gap? And our interest in covering that gap is because the importation of that gap, the 1.1 million metric tons, we provide by the importation of maybe powdered milk, and then the country is spending a huge amount on that. Our foreign reserves are being drenched through that way. We spent over $2 billion per annum just for the importation of something that ordinarily we have the resources to produce here. So why not produce it? By producing it, we create employment, and then we also conserve our scarce foreign reserves. So that is specifically why we are here. And the central bank is willing to fund any of the trends in the dairy sector. If you are downstream, upstream, whatever you are doing in the dairy value chain, just approach your bankers. We expect your bankers to forward your application to us, because you cannot just forward it to us directly. You have to go to a bank. You forward it through your bank. You sit down with your bank. You will study it. You will go and see your premises. How do you want to go about it? And then if it is something that is bankable, surely we will do it, because to grow that sector is one of our targets, is our prize, and we are happy to do that. Thank you very much.
You see, you're not even clapping well for CBN, you see? They have just opened their doors again, and they have said, come to your banks and we will fund you. Just go through due diligence and you'll get funding. So here we are, we have all heard it all here. Before we end, we don't have time. I would have loved to have one word each from the panelists. But before we do that, I would like to ask questions, not from me, but from the floor. So if we have burning questions, yes, I'm going to take from the Pasture Farmers Association. Today we heard the Kenyan mistake. We don't want to go that way. So we take from Ali Baba, who is the president. Who is the next person? Where are the women? Don't fall my hand. Yes, is that a woman over there? I'm not seeing your, that's a man. Yes, one woman here. So I will take from Ali Baba, and then I'll take from my sister who needs to train me more. So you have the floor. Ene, can you help me? Can I use mine?
Yeah, thank you, everyone, panelists. Ordinarily, I expected we're focusing on dairy, so we are supposed to ordinarily focus on the entire value chain. And we all appreciate the critical role of feeds in the livestock business. Experts have attributed at least 60–70% of the cost of running that business to feed. And that has been our greatest challenge. All the crises we've been having between farmers and herders is related to feed. So for a coherent and sustainable dairy industry or livestock generally, I expected emphasis on feed. And then even in the kind of facilities that the financial sector is providing, we expected an entire value chain approach to this activity starting from this feed. Because, I mean, we all know, I mean, the main challenge, even in terms of productivity of the cows, the livestock, feed is extremely essential. But the challenge we have had, even from the few experiments, is how to develop that market. If we use the rice revolution you've seen lately, is the fact that, I mean, we have processors and then they required, raw materials. So market was assured. Now, in the case of pasture, market is the greatest challenge because the orientation over time, especially in the traditional system, is that the average herder expects that his feed is free. So he's not conditioned to actually prefer this feed. And without a market, you are not likely to get feed. For instance, I personally standing here have to convert my own feed to compost, the feed I did 2 years ago. In fact, I still have, I'm moving the compost to my rice farm because even my own herders, because of orientation, refuse to feed my cattle with the feed. I mean, with the silage that I made from what I produced. So I'm compelled now to convert it to water. So we have to focus essentially on how to develop this market for feed if we really want to have a coherent livestock and dairy industry. That's and I will expect some response if there are any from the bankers and even the CBN. Is there a very coherent, template for this industry, starting from, like I said, the feed, the most essential for that industry? Thank you.
Let's take the second question and then we can take them on. I want the processors to to answer that, and maybe somebody from the banking sector. So you have the floor. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
You gave it to the wrong person. I said only two, but that's fine. You have the mic now.
Okay. Good afternoon once again. I am Usman Nasiru. My own question is based on the first presentation made by Director DFD CBN. About 40 billion had been funded in the dairy subsector. And based on the surveys conducted since 2019, there was a demand gap of milk of 1.something billion liters. And up to today, the statistics says the same. What is the challenge along the valuation? Are we funding the right valuation across the subsector? Because since 2019, we still have a demand gap of 1.1 billion liters. So what is happening, please? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And my question goes to Sterling Bank. And thank you very much for dedicating so much services to agriculture. So mine is around the financial services that are available. What packages do you have for smallholder farmers, especially female smallholder farmers that may not have access to the land that you can use for collateral? What services, what packages do you have? Thank you.
We'll try to answer these questions. Maybe we start with the last, and then Sterling Bank, and then we'll also answer CBN and some other Sahel. FMAT can also try to talk about why the figures don't change. And then with the last one that talks about pasture. Thank you, Sterling Bank.
Okay, thank you very much for asking that question. So like I said, we have various products, financial services products that we offer as a bank. And let me add this. Actually, what we do, we look at the entire sector and try to come up with tailor-made products, customized products to attack various segments of the market. And for women and youth in agriculture, we developed a product called Sterling Women and Youth in Agriculture. And under this, we call it Sway Acfin. Like I earlier said, is a blended fund. It's not an intervention fund, but it's a blended fund that we actually blended. We brought in some percentage and our our fund provider provided another, say, another percentage, and we made it to be $33 million, which is about 12 or 13 billion naira. And in that fund, because we blended it, instead of lending it at double digit, we lend it at single digit. And this is for those for the ages of between 18 to 35. And that's why I say the 70% of it goes to women. And now is without collateral, because we know that you as a woman, generally, you don't have access to land. And of course, the women and youth are the most vulnerable in the society, and approaching a bank at times, when you go, you are a startup, you are just a green field, you want to access funding from the bank, but the bank will tell you, okay, you need to bring this. So when we look at those situations and we actually engage our partners and we have that fund, so to fund you is just without any collateral. All you need to do is to provide between 5 to 10% equity. You need to have a skin in the game. And then we work with other partners to make sure that our position are secured. Those people will help us to, like, okay, like NISA, for example, they are telling you they can provide some 5% credit risk guarantee to cover the smallholder farmers. And you, a farmer, smallholder farmer can access up to 5 million from that facility. And if you are an SME business, you can access up to 20 million. If you are an uncle, let's say, for example, you are a processor, a milk, maybe you process milk into yogurt and other products, and you have herders around you, like maybe 40 to 50 or whatever, you cluster them and aggregate them in a location, and you need funding to be off-taking from them. You as an uncle can access up to 50 million to do those activities. And we are not saying, give us collateral if you come to access this, provide this, and then, of course, the funding will process it for you. Then let me touch on what Alibaba said, small. Actually, when it comes to funding that sector, like I said, if we don't actually talk the route of value chain approach, then we will not actually achieve any significant progress when it comes to that. So when we are talking with processor, for example, let's say into IDL, what we will be discussing with you, do you have herders, do you have farmers that you've aggregated and you've clustered around? And all you need to do is, okay, you have these people profiled. And one thing we do is to work with our agency banking system to make sure that, because one thing we are driving is also financial inclusion. And we work through that to make sure that those guys are onboarded into the system and they have access to funding. And so we can start from that all through. So your feed, when you produce feed as a feed miller, you don't have somebody off-taking it. Engage the processors also, engage the herders. Then those herders, again, we have Makaban here, we have Mieti Allah. So that one again is another thing, information. We need to take that information out so that people will actually be educated on, if you use this kind of pasture, your milk, the liter will improve. Like the Ladoga women, I gave you the example. When they used Napier grass, they had an increase of 1.5 liter from the normal, our local breed of cattle that they are using. So it's something, capacity building and trying to do a lot, then information dissemination, sensitization. It will help them to see it as a business and not to have it as, okay, they can actually go and graze on available pasture. Now, climate change is coming. A lot of things is affecting our production activities. So we need to make sure that we get these people to understand why they need to spend a little to buy pasture, even during the off season. Thank you.
Thank you. The mic didn't allow me to stop you actually. I tried. So you've taken on a bit on the pasture. So and I think you addressed a bit. Do we have any of the panelists that want to add before we go? Yes. So just quickly, very short. I have less than 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to be very short because the case for pasture development, I think, is very important. Thank you very much, sir, for what you raised. And I 100% agree with you. There is a case we find ourselves in the country because of previous interventions. Farmers know that if they feed their cows with better feed and fodder, it would increase milk yield. But they're not willing to pay for it because they're used to getting it free or grazing their cows openly. Now, we've seen that in our initiative, but something that has changed over time with our experience is that with constant engagement through the processors that are supplying milk to and constant sensitization and training, the farmers are beginning to see the reason why they actually should start to invest in milk, in feed purchase. And because we are also working with them at the group level through the establishment of small demonstration plots, really for them to see if I plant Bracharia, Napier, Gamba, Floris, this is what it looks like on the field. And this is how to process it into hay and keep it, preserve it for my cows all year round. They're beginning to see that. In fact, I will tell you, sir, just last year, the last production of our self-help groups last year, this year, when they started to sell before the rainy season, we are recording the highest rate of demand. And some of the self-help groups are beginning to say, you know what, if you want to buy this, you want to keep it for our own cows too. If you want to buy this, you have to pay a premium for it. And some farmers are paying premium to it. Now, I'm not saying that all farmers have adopted it, but we're making gradual progress to go and respond very succinctly in terms of my idea for transforming the feed and fodder, subspace. We need to finance it from an ecosystem solution approach. It has to be linked. Financing feed and fodder alone will probably not work. It has to be linked to the private sector processor that is investing in backward integration to offtake milk, explore models around milk for feed, and ensure that the same thing we have in the rice value chain, when we have, with the Anchor Borrower scheme, when you have the mill and then you have the seed company producing the seed for the farmer, and the farmer has the rice milling factory as the market to offtake the high quality rice. We need that very urgently in this sector. It's so critical. So
okay, I want to thank you. The feed sector is something we need to look at, and the National Association of Pasture Farmers, Feed Producers and Co. will have to look at that. We'll have to focus on that. It has come out from this, and I hope it goes into the communique. It's something that we need to look at, but we can't address all of it today. Now, I want us to quickly address the issue of data. It's time up, I know, but let us address that issue of data raised by one of the participants. Why do we still have the same data that we've had since 2016? And your CBN will quickly touch on it, and FMAB will touch on it. Then we can have one word each, and then we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But still, before I go into the data issue, I would like to talk about the feed and fodder. So for reason of disclosure, Ali Baba retired as a director in the Development Finance Department. So he is an astute banker. He knows everything about it. So the issue, sir, is not about funding. It's a challenge to you and Kodaran. You should create market for it. If you are the association of the fodder farmers, then you should create the market for it. Because by what you said now, if you approach me, assuming I'm a deposit money bank, I'm out to make profit, and you approach me that you want to be producing this, you don't have market for it. Get on arrival. I will not even look at it again, because you have to go do your feasibility study, establish market for it. Then you come to me for funding. Then I will fund you. Then you sell and make profit and pay back the loan, even if I'm not charging you high interest. And for your information, CBN's interest rate is just a single digit interest rate. All in all, maximum is 9%. About the issue, the figure I read out
was the position in 2019 March and not 2016 as mentioned by the director. And then we have a target to close that gap by the end of next year, 2024. So by the end of next year, we take another look at it, we do another study, and then we see what the gap is. But I assure you that the gap, we are not sure it can be closed by that 2024. Not that we cannot produce additional 1.1 million metric tons, because Quadron has been giving us the figures every month. We collect the figures from them, from those we have funded and those we did not even fund, the milk processors, because they are an umbrella association of all the, from their name, the Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria. So we get those figures from them. We have all the statistics. It, of course, yes, with our intervention, as I said earlier, I wouldn't want to name the names here, but there are companies that we have either brought on board or expanded their operations, and we collect statistics from them on a monthly basis. Mr. Diana Basi is here. He can testify to that fact. Yes, our population is increasing. Therefore, even if we meet the 1.1 million gap, I mean, it has to increase because we are very productive. Nigerians, we are very productive, so our population is increasing. So I'm sure that demand will be more than 1.1 by the end of even the 2024, we said. And some of the companies we funded, there is a big project we funded in Kaduna. They are yet to start production. And what took us to Mina is, I think, one of our biggest is in Bodi, is in Mina. It's yet to take off. We had so many challenges with that, security challenges. In fact, we went there for the construction of a security storage room to allow production to happen in that area. And they are also into the further production. So in summary, this is why we have some delays in achieving the goal.
Thank you very much. Yeah, touched on that. We have issues with data in this country. So I know we are now producing more than what we produced 2016. But again, like you said, our population is growing. But to tell you the truth, we really need to come together and look at the data issues in the country. Because what we give at FMAT to MBS is what is published and cited. And yet we know that we are underreporting even at that point. So perhaps maybe when we finalize the collaboration with Quadron on data, we might have better data for the country. Thank you very much. Before I leave, I just want one word. Please permit me one word from everybody on this side as I say thank you. One word. So if you say more than one word, we will surcharge you for more than one word. So I will start with Chairman Del Frost. Then you pass the mic. Or a sentence.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the organizers of this very special event for giving my company the opportunity to be part of this, this event today. And I hope there'll be many more of this to come, which means next year on the World Milk Day, this event will be organized, because I'm sure all of us here present today, no matter how small, we're all taking something back with us for being present here today. Thank you very much, organizers, and thank you, moderator. And I thank the other panelists that are here with me today. Thank you.
Thank you. My one sentence is, let's just keep the interest up. It shouldn't went down. We should keep it up. We should do our best to develop the dairy subsector. It's for our own good, for the good of the future generation of Nigerians. I say thank you to the organizers, thank you to the Federal Ministry, and thank you personally to Madam for a keen interest in the development of the livestock subsector of Nigeria. We need more people like you in the civil service. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just follow to say thank you also for giving us this opportunity as IDL. And I want to use this opportunity to invite people to come and see what we're doing. Apart from being into production of milk and yogurt, we actually have agribusiness and consulting arm of Integrated Dairy Limited. And that's where the services that touch on what Mr. Ali Baba was talking about also comes in. We produce A for sale, and we have markets. Just to corroborate what Mr. Temi mentioned the other time. Working with smallholder farmers, we've been able to raise the milk yield, and the farmers saw it themselves, from about 1 liter. So for some of the stock that we got from them to about 5 liters per cow per day. So that means, and then it's by feeding on concentrate, feeding on A, feeding on correct ration. So I want to use the opportunity to invite everyone to come to us at IDL Stand to get to know about what we are doing, so we can render services to you to support you in your agribusiness ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the organizers and to the director for giving us the opportunity. We are your servants and we are always ready to serve you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to say a big thank you to all our partners. FMAT, thank you very much for being a very great and committed partner. Thank you so much to all of the partners within the private sector, and to many of the smallholder farmers who, unfortunately, I can't see a lot of them in the room, but they've been really very helpful, and we've been on this journey together. I want to say that at Sahel Consulting, our vision really is for us to get to a point in Nigeria where we no longer import milk. At some point, it becomes forbidden. So to get to that point, we need to continue to push ourselves to invest and support backward integration efforts of this wonderful private sector people, and ensure that we continue to promote productivity improvement activities across the country. And at some point, we'll get there. Thank you very much. And you can count Sahel Consulting as a partner every step of the way.
Well, thank you all. It's clear to me that what we need to focus on is how to unlock the value chain of the dairy industry. And it has to come by a national decision. Supply 1 liter of milk to every pupil in this country in a week. Once you do that, you expand demand, then you have a justifying basis for the expansion of further production and industrializing it. And all along the value chain, you can have standards. Without such a decision, without such a vision, we will be going as incrementally, whilst our population really is not the full benefit of what we have in abundance. You need that business decision. Thank you.
I'll be rounding up, passing the thanks to me and then to everyone to say we have come to this part of the, we have come to the close of this particular session. We'll take on other sessions. One thing is clear, and I want us to take it away. At the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, we have not made a wrong decision in having the programs that will drive the National Livestock Transformation Plan, because all that you have put here are all in a program. So let's work together. For feed and fodder, we have the Pasture Development Program and the Strategic Animal Feed Development Program. For breed improvement, of course, we have the National Livestock Breed Improvement Program. For the meat collection, we have the National Dairy Development Program. And animal health, we won't leave them out. There is a whole department in the ministry, and it will be good that we all partner. For research and development, we have them here, and we are hoping that in the next months, before the end of the year, we will, with Coderan and our partners, look critically at these areas that we have put together as areas that we need to fund, and we will look and see how we will partner with the banks to do this. I want to invite all of us to our National Pasture Planting Day. If you remember, the Honorable Minister had set aside 28 June as a National Pasture Planting Day. We will soon be distributing pasture seeds to beneficiaries across the country so that we can all be part and parcel of planting of pasture. Naplifmon, Sahel Consulting, and all the other partners will be coming back to you for this special day, June 28, 2023. So on behalf of the panelists, I want to say a very big thank you for rapt attention and for participating actively. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Do we have the cameraman, please? The photographer, picture, panel. Are they ready? Okay. Thank you very much. Are we good? Are we good? Okay, thank you very much. Delhi First, Sahel Consulting, Sterling Bank, Integrated Farms, Kodaran. Please, if I did not mention your name, you are owing me. If I did not mention it. Okay, FMAD. I didn't mention CBN because they are owing me. Thank you very much. It was a very educative and enlightening segment. Next, if you look at your program, the next agenda is a sponsors presentation. And I'm going to call on L&Z Integrated Farms to do that. Please put your hands together and may welcome Nuhu Ahmad, Coordinator Strategic Partnership, L&Z Integrated Farms Nigeria Limited. To please put your hands together for him, please. Mr. Nuhu Ahmed is from L&Z Integrated Farms Nigeria Limited. Just to remind you that L&Z is one of our sponsors here. Put your hands together for them, please. They are the platinum sponsor of this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a slide, right? I have a slide. Yeah.
Please just hold on a moment. Let's get the slides up so that I can follow the presentation stage by stage and chapter by chapter. It makes easy for understanding. I'm very sorry, L&Z. I think our technical team, they're having a little technical challenge. So we are going to move on to the next phase, but we're going to invite L&Z back on the podium later for their presentation. Please, we are going to call on the next panel, the panelists. Yeah. I'd like to call on the moderator for this segment. I'm pretty sure Director Animal Husbandry will be very happy with this one. It's going to be moderated by another woman. Put your hands together, please. So I'd like to invite Helen Okotie, Senior Program Analyst, Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria, Aldine. I think Aldine is the baby of Sahel Consulting. Please put your hands together for Miss Helen Okotie. What I would like to know after this program is if you are related to Pastor Chris Okotie. Put your hands together for her, please. Yes. Now I'd like to invite members of the panel, the panelists. First on the list is another woman, Miss Comfort Onyaga. She's the CEO, Izanu Africa. Miss Comfort, please. Are you in the hall? Okay, she's here. Please put your hands together for her. A second panelist is Mrs. Ayokami Ayuba, Deputy Country Director, TechnoServe. Another woman. Please put your hands together. Ayokami, is she here? Miss Ayuba. Okay, she's here. Miss Ayuba, thank you. And I would like to invite L&Z to join the panelists. We would like to call Mr. Ahmed Nuhu back on the stage to sit with the panels, please. Put your hands together for him. The last on my list, but not the least, is Mr. Yemi Onagorua, VP Public Sector, Softcom Limited. Mr. Onagorua, please. Are you here? Okay. Oh, okay, okay. He'll be joining us virtually. Okay, that's good. Is it online? Is he online already? Okay. When he joins us, we'll announce his presence. Thank you very much, please. I would like to hand over now to Miss Okotie.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so honored to be here. You are all welcome to the second panel of the day. We have an excellent panel that I'll be introducing shortly. I am delighted to be hosting this panel, in which we will be talking about not just the financial problem faced by dairy small and medium scale entrepreneurs, but also finding innovative financing solutions that are ready to be scaled. According to the 2021 report from the Central Bank of Nigeria, only an estimated 40 to 45% of Nigerian adults have access to financial services, such as cash payments, deposits, transfers, and other services. This percentage is significantly lower than the global average of 68%. As alarming as this may sound, the panelists will x-ray the challenges faced by these SMEs and also provide innovative solutions that are working within our midst. And if used, we'll be able to solve the issues faced by small and medium-sized entrepreneurs. So please help me put a round of applause for our distinguished panelists. So we can go ahead to introduce ourselves and what we do within the sector.
Hello. Okay, so good afternoon again, everybody. And it is an honor to be here. My name is Ayokomi Ayuba, and I'm the Deputy Country Director of TechnoServe in Nigeria, as well as the Program Director of Programs for all our implementation. So what do we do at TechnoServe, and what is TechnoServe? TechnoServe is an international development organization that has been dedicated to fighting poverty in developing nations over the last 50 years. And our mission is to work with enterprising men and women to build competitive farms, competitive businesses, and competitive markets that increase their incomes and overall better their livelihoods. Thank you. Okay, you have.
Thank you so much, Ayakomi. We'll move over to Comfort.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Comfort Onyaga. I am the founder of Izanu Africa, as well as the chief errand girl for the company. Izanu Africa is an agri-insurtech. We leverage technology to distribute agricultural insurance to farmers, both smallholders, commercial and medium scale commercial farmers as well, across value chain. We use the co-creation model to ensure that policies are tailored to address specific pain points of farmers across specific value chains, both livestock, crop. We are aware that in order to optimize the agricultural value chain, we need to, adopt the value chain approach. So holistically, we also work to provide these solutions for agricultural insurance, agricultural equipment, as well as goods in transit, to ensure that we are able to mitigate the risks farmers are exposed to in order to also enhance and secure the livelihood of farmers. I mean, I think livelihood is a common thread between what we do and TechnoServe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comfort, for securing the livelihood of farmers. We really appreciate you. So we'll now move to Ahmed.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ahmad Noor. I am representing LNZ Integrated Farms Nigeria Limited. I think, I believe LNZ has been well introduced over the past couple of hours. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahmed, and you're all welcome. So without wasting more time, I will just swing into action. So at Ayakomi, can you give some insights into the challenges of dairy small and medium entrepreneurs regarding access to finance?
Yes, I can. TechnoServe is currently working or partnering with Sahel Consulting in implementing the advancing local dairy development in Nigeria. And the aim of the project is to catalyze a vibrant dairy sector. And what we are doing on that project is actually integrating smallholder farmers or small, what we call producers, into groups and organizing them in such a way that we can build their capacity, as well as integrating them into the formal financial sector. So to the question, what are the challenges that these dairy householders, what do they encounter? Number one, we have to peel the layers and look at it from a very basic level. In order to access finance, there are very simple requirements. And the first is to own a bank account. And in order to own a bank account, they must have a mobile phone or a mobile number, which is currently very limited among the dairy farmers that we work with. And so a challenge is access to technology, the technology that is required in the first place to even open accounts. The second challenge is because they do not have the necessary credit history or documentation that is even required to register in the first place. And the third one is actually the presence of a cohesive cooperative or group structure that positions them in order to attract that kind of financing that they require. So I'll say that these are the top 3 areas that are challenges for the dairy smallholders.
Thank you so much, Ayakomi. So if I get you well, so you said that part of the challenges being faced will be access to technology. We also have cooperative, not having cooperatives with structures that can help to access those funds. Okay, thank you so much. So let me bring this to you, Ahmed, from the L&Z Farms, to give us some thoughts about the underlying challenges that from your own end, you can also see. Knowing fully well that you work with farmers every day and you interact with them. So what could you also say? Thank you.
Thank you. So basically, talking about financial inclusion from the smallholder dairy farmers angle, like she mentioned, you know, they are unbankable right now, most of them. They don't have phone numbers. They don't have bank accounts. They don't have BVNs. They don't have anything that could, okay. Okay, so basically, they don't have the phone numbers, they don't have account numbers, they don't have BVN, they don't have NIN. So if you want to even ask them to open bank accounts, they don't have anything to open this bank account. And that's a very big challenge for us as processors who deal with these smallholder farmers on a daily basis, especially when the CBN's cashless policy came on board. It was really very, very tough to actually pay them for the milk that we've bought. But like she mentioned, part of the things we're doing is to, you know, advocate for them to open these bank accounts. And then from our own end, we also support with, you know, facilitating how to, you know, get them all these basic requirements that will allow them to even own, if it is even wallet accounts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahmed, for the work that L&Z does in facilitating the process to ensure that these farmers have the necessary requirements that are needed to open an account. So over to you, CEO Izanu Farms. So we'd like to know some lessons that are learned from your engagement with the smallholder farmers in Nigeria as it relates to the provision of financial security and risk management, because I know you handle that aspect.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I would start by saying, I'll start with the risk management component. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll start with the risk management component. So now we have climate risks and we have agricultural risks. Again, I mean, it's no longer a myth, right? That climate change is a major threat to livelihood of farmers, both smallholders, medium scale commercial and the large scale commercial farmers. So because a lot of times, even when we tend to talk about risks that farmers are faced with, we focus more on the smallholder farmers, not necessarily taking into consideration that the large scale farmers are not immune to these risks, especially climate risks. I remember the previous panelists, one of them said that their truck got stuck, the ice cream truck got stuck, you know, because of the flood. That's a climate risk that that business is exposed to, and is going to impact on their bottom line. So so what we do currently is to ensure that, I mean, and this is why our solution is holistic. We use and we are using the value chain approach end to end to ensure that in order to optimize the agricultural value chain, risk management, risk assessment and profiling, based on the agri-ecological zone is very important, because the risks that farmers are faced within the Northeast, for instance, is different from, there's variation in the risks. That's what I'm trying to communicate here. And then go up now to financial solution, right? That is now tailored to address to meet the needs of the farmers. So, so currently what we are doing is, because we are an agri-insurtech, we do the profiling and we provide tools that enable the farmers to strengthen their system in order to even mitigate risks. We are talking about climate change mitigation and adaptation. So mitigation is actually key, so that in the long run, the overall goal of guaranteeing food security is assured. If that is not put in place, it's almost like it becomes a cosmetic solution where you keep, applying cosmetic, but the wound is there. So ensuring that these problems are addressed from the root causes. Now, narrowing down to the smallholder farmers, our solution is a tool that we are also using to strengthen the cooperative system, such that we are able to also eliminate another risk factor that is prevalent in the agricultural ecosystem, wherein we have portfolio farmers, farmers who go from cooperative in order to benefit from financial scheme by CBN or any other financial institution. How do we do this? By ensuring that, in the course of profiling the risks of the farmers, there's an assessment stage wherein we come face to face, right, with these farmers, and you give us some information that we would validate, and we continue to validate through the production cycle for both livestock and crop production. That way, we are by ourselves, like we are mitigating the risk while ensuring that the farmers are also mitigating their own risks by doing the right things throughout their production cycle. That's what we do. So we don't just provide insurance policy to farmers, right? We ensure that, because one of the problems, again, within the agricultural space and with agricultural insurance is the fact that there's lack of transparency. The fact that financial institutions bundle insurance with some of their products, right, for farmers. A lot of times when you go to the farmers to ask questions, you realize that they don't even know the name of the insurance provider. They don't even know the type of policy that they have. They are not aware of the differentiation in the policy. And then there's also a situation whereby even like some of the input dealers, right? Even when they receive payout, it doesn't get to the farmers. So we are using technology to bridge that gap to ensure that, number one, we reduce the claims payout time, which is one of the things that has reduced the trust in insurance as an alternative and financial solution. Because again, when input dealers, for instance, if you're bundling with input services, insurance as a bundle service for the farmers, right? A lot of times these farmers, because they don't know the type of policy that they have, when anything happens, they don't even know who to go to. But in order for the input dealers to sell their product, they just tell them, oh, there's insurance if anything happens. And if something happens, who do they go to really? So we are bridging all of those gaps with technology. Thank you. And this technology actually fits for purpose. We have USSD, SMS, and within the context of the farmers and their level of digital literacy, so that farmers can get value for money.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for all you do to help the farmers to ensure that their products are being insured and against climate. Well done, and thank you for all that you're doing. So back to you, Ahmed. I would like to know, what are your thoughts on the Nigerian banking system? Does the current system offer favorable financial terms for small and medium scale enterprise?
Thank you. So basically, the banking system as regards to, the dairy sector. Well, it only becomes favorable when, there's the CBN intervention. Without the CBN intervention, the conventional, commercial banks are, it's quite impossible for dairy business to access, loan or credit on double digits. And also, we have this issue with banks. When you are, asked to, to give collateral, they don't like to accept a land. They like to accept, a developed, property. But you are a dairy farmer. You have maybe a massive farm which belongs to you. But then the commercial banks will say, no, that doesn't pass as collateral. So I think this is a major issue for us in the dairy sector. Another issue with the the banking system is the long process it takes before you can be able to process credit. It takes up to a year sometimes before you can finalize on all the due diligence and documentation, what have you. And sometimes even after this, very cumbersome process, after 1 year of all these, hectic processes, your loan request can easily be rejected by the farm, by the commercial banks. And then I think another issue is, like, okay, I mentioned the issue of the margin in the dairy sector does not tally. It does not go with the double-digit interest rates. The best situation is when you have the CBN intervention where you can access credit, on single digit. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. So if I get you well, you said the best intervention will be where you have the CBN working alongside the SMEs to ensure they're able to have access to credit. Single digit credit. Okay, thank you so much. We would also like to know, what do you think should be done to optimize this system?
Well, basically, like the the Sterling Bank representative that mentioned, a lot needs to be done. It has to do with policy. Also, the government needs to be consistent with policy. One of the challenges that we know that the commercial banks have is, the money is not available. That's why the interest rate is always very high. If the interest rate is single digit for everybody, then very few people can be able to access the credit. That's just the reality. There's no money in the system. And I believe one of the ideas behind the cashless policy is to, inject, money back into the banking system, which will now, allow for liquidity from the bank's perspective. And then, SMEs can now be able to access. So I think it has to do a lot with improving the economy, and also in the dairy sector, the commercial banks need to revisit their policy or their stance on, accepting, farm or a piece of land that is undeveloped as collateral, because a farmer has the biggest asset is your farm, and then you cannot use it to access credit. That's a major issue. Once we can be able to tackle that, I think it will give a lot of farmers the ability to be able to access credit in the commercial banking system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. So Ahmed made a very striking point, which I like. He said, for the farmers, their greatest asset is their land. So I think that this is really something we should be able to push forward, because if land is their greatest asset and most commercial banks are not really accepting lands as part of what they could use, I think this is something we could come back to and see how we could also take this forward to see other developments that can come up from this. So we also have him speak about revising the policy to ensure that these policies are favorable to people who usually make use of them, and not just something they cannot go with. So thank you so much, Ahmed. And let me come back to you, Ayokomi. So going by your experience in interfacing with smallholder dairy households in rural communities, what best practices have you seen that are useful to households to ensure that they attract financing? So what could households do?
So there are quite a number of best practice that is being done in other parts of the world. So basically, these smallholders are not at the point where they can access the kind of credits that CBN and Sterling Bank are giving, but we can work with them, and that's what the aim of the project is to work with them to a point where they can scale what they are doing at a very subsistence level and are able to scale it up into, an enterprise, if you may say, into a small enterprise that starts to attract financing. The first, at this level where they are, we have the VSLA, which is the Village Saving Loans Associations. So on the project where we are right now, they have come into groups and they are saving together, saving to buy fodder, saving together to get silage, saving together to get grass seeds, right, for fodder, and so on and so forth. So that is one best practice that has worked at the very beginning. And the aim is that they will keep saving together, and at that way, they're able to see the benefits of aggregating their funds together in order to access what is required to grow their business. The second one is around capacity building, which is, we do what we call, one of the models we deploy is financial literacy. It is not possible to give them money without them knowing what to use the money for. So we have to build their capacity to understand what credit is all about and what is their expectation and obligation when taking credit, when the time comes for them to take credit. So capacity building is another best practice. Another best practice, apart from what the gentleman from CBN and Sterling Bank talked about, we have also the need for a loan guarantee mechanism for this level of farmers. As we have all heard, land is their greatest asset. For the dairy farmer, the cattle is their greatest asset, but it is not accepted as collateral. So there must be a rethink concerning them and asking what can they give? How can we collateralize their loans? And that is where a very strong cooperative or farmer union structure actually comes in. Because in a number of countries where we work, we have actually warehouse funding, what we call guarantee funding, where and the cooperatives are usually the people, the organizations that help us to drive this funding. So for instance, in Brazil, we had $1 million that mobilized almost $15 million in loans from these smallholder producers. So there is a need. I know we have NERSA, but there is a need for real, what I call at that level, loan guarantees, because they don't have the collateral. So we can build them up to the place where they can actually need credit, but then the issue of collateral comes up, and this needs to be addressed. And I think that's it. So I have, articulated a strong cooperative structure, capacity building, village savings and loans. That's when they come together and save together in order to aggregate demand and buy what is needed to take care of their cattle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ayokomi, for doing so much justice to this. So Ayokomi is telling us that part of the ways in which part of the best practices which we have seen working is capacity building, ensuring that farmers not only have income, but know how best to make use of this income by training them using the Village Savings and Loan Association, so they know how to effectively make use of their money. because it will be no use giving a farmer a loan or giving people loans when they do not know how effectively to make use of these funds, to just be such of a kind of squandered fund. So to effectively ensure that they are able to utilize this, the training is very important. The capacity building is also very important. Thank you so much. So if I'm to pick it up from here, I would go over to Ahmed. So Ahmed, it is understood that lack of awareness can drive poor access, especially within SMEs. From where you are sitting, what solutions have you tested and what options are you suggesting for dairy SMEs? Thank you.
Yeah, so basically, the issue we are having, especially with the smallholder farmers, is the high illiteracy level. Most of our smallholder dairy farmers are illiterate. So a lot of ideas or innovations that come in, or even policies, they find it difficult to accept. What we do from our end is, we develop a very good relationship with our farmer groups. So when we establish that, then there's trust. Once you have trust, then you can be able to be picking up what we call, influential persons among each community. If you want to, introduce any new idea or any new innovations to them, we use those focal persons as examples, so that they can easily influence the others and, to adopt these new practices. Like for account opening, all we do is we pinpoint, focal persons that are influential in those communities. We use them as examples so that they will now, cascade it and others to copy. Thank you.
So let me quickly add to this, because I've seen this work with the farmers that we work with currently. So access to finance as it is, right? I'm saying that the finance must not come from the financial institution at the very level that the smallholder farmers are, because again, we already have a lot of agri projects with, like say the Farmers Hub, where inputs are sold and all of that. And one of the things that can also guarantee, and that have actually guarantee that access to credit facility for farmers through input financing, is also insurance, because when the input dealer or the health managers are aware that the insurance is de-risking, right? Is reducing the risk. Okay, looking at the likelihood of the farmers not experiencing any of the agricultural or climate risks. If there is that kind of guarantee, it becomes like a comforter for the hub manager or the input dealers within that community to be able to give out those input loans to the farmers that they trust. At least they are aware that these farmers have been operating within the communities over time. And that's where it will also reduce the burden of meeting the financial requirements of financial institution, so that at the end of the day, the financial institution is working with these input dealers to ensure that they can give them the credit facility to be able to support the smallholder farmers at the level that they are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comfort, for bringing it to our notice that aside from funds that they can get from financial institutions, from within themselves, they can also mobilize resources and also get to do what they have to do. So on the final notes, we'd just like to have a word from you. So what word do you have for stakeholders within this sector?
So basically, first of all, it's a long-term process where we talk about financial inclusion, especially at the small dairy, the small dairy producer level. It is a long-term, but it will happen. These small dairy holders account for about 90% in terms of the supply of raw milk. Our current supply in the country right now. And so there is a huge potential at that segment, but we must continue and we will not stop. And TechnoServe is committed to ensuring that we can move them from where they are to at least a few nudges beyond where they are, so that they are integrated not only in formal supply chains, but also integrated in the formal financial sector where they can access finance. We have over 2,000 farmers in Adamawa and Taraba who are currently using an e-wallet where the processor pays for the milk through the e-wallet, and they accept, and they can cash out through the financial agents. And these are remote communities in both states. So it is possible. It is very possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ayopami. Thank you.
Okay, so on a final note, what I would say to the stakeholders is be flexible, be transparent, and be open to innovation, disruptive innovation, knowing that it has been done elsewhere and it can be done in Nigeria to guarantee food security, livelihood security, and also to boost agricultural productivity in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Final words from you, Ahmed.
So basically, to achieve, financial inclusion and, success in the dairy sector, I think the continued coordinated collaboration between the private sector, the government partners, if we continue to collaborate among ourselves, I think we get there and even beyond. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahmed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can we give a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much. So we've really heard a lot from them. That's financing small and medium scale entrepreneurs is very possible. It's achievable. It's already working. She made mention of that's already happening in Adamawa and Taraba, where farmers are being paid via their accounts and they are able to cash out. So it's a process that is very achievable, but it might take a while, but definitely we will get there. So thank you very much to our distinguished panelists. We've had excellent ideas from them. Thank you for coming up front to share your ideas, to share your solutions about innovative financing for the dairy, small and medium scale enterprising. We say thank you and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for this wonderful panelists. They've been wonderful. Photographers, please. Panel photo shots, please, for them. Yes, you can stand. Please stand together. Let's make memories together. Yes. Very important. Thank you so much. Thank you, beautiful ladies. Thank you. Yeah, and gentleman, the man that is blessed in midst of women. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you take a look at your program, we are quickly winding down. Just to let you know that we have just 2 items left to be done. We are moving now to feedback session. Questions, answers, observations, suggestions, and recommendations, please. And the anchor for that will be Mr. Eliojo Ako, Deputy Director, Subsectorial Planning, Department of Animal Husbandry Services, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Mr. Ako, please. Put your hands together. I know we are a little bit low, but I know that Delhi Frost is doing wonderfully well, supplying us sugar. So the sugar should be able to pump our energies right now. Please put your hands together. Keep clapping, Mr. Ako. It's not easy. Clap your hands, jam your hands together, please, for him. Thank you. I can see Hollandia too. Chi, they are going around. Thank you. Our sponsors are doing great. L and Z, they are all going around. Thank you so much. Mr. Ako.
Thank you, the MC. Thank you for this session. This session is very brief. We have listened to a lot of presentations and panel discussions. And I'm supposed to have taken some questions, but those questions have been taken and addressed during the discussion, panel discussions. So essentially now, we want to get some key points as recommendations that can form part of the communique from this event. Did anybody hear me? Did anybody hear me? Did anybody hear what I said? No answer. So I'm alone. I just laid the background that following all the discussions and the presentations, what we want to do now is not to take questions and get answers, as you may see in the program, but essentially to get your points as recommendations that we can put as part of the communique. So if you have anything to say on the way forward for the dairy sector in Nigeria, you are free to lift your hands. And I don't think it will take more than 4. This side, give us 2. This side, give us 2. But I have no bias. If all of you are men, good. If all of you are women, all right. I can see one hand there. That's number 1. Number 2 on this side. Any other hand there? Okay, number 2. That's okay, men and women. Let's finish from there. And we get to this side. As please, the rapporteurs, I want you to take keynote of whatever is being said, please, as we document them. Yes, your name, organization.
My name is Dr. Olabisi Akinfolari, Nigerian Institute of Animal Science. One of the things I want us to look at critically is the area of the pastoralists, now the farmers, imbibing the culture of feeding aside just natural grazing. And one of the things I'm taking away from here is there is still a lot of work, because I see the nexus between the people that plant and sell, I'm talking of pasture now, to the pastoralists who do not want to pay. And this is where somebody has mentioned it, but I think it should be strengthened. This is where a bit of extension comes in. What we say SHILAT, small livestock holder and adoption technique. This is an extension terms where you are going to have the farmers giving you 2 sets of animals, some left on natural pasture, some that are going to be fed. And then when you now look at the difference in the production in milk and probably in weight gain, as it whatever it is you are looking for, you do not need to do too much preaching. And then you also look at the economics of it. If you feed this amount of pasture developed and these ones are not giving that same amount, and you look at the production and what you get from the production, when you look at it over and above what you get when you do natural, then you don't need to preach to anybody before this is done. Another thing I want us to also look at is that the area of having off-takers when it comes to this issue of pasture. Because when I like the bankers there, they are talking about Naira and Kobo now. When they give you money, they want to see before they give you the loan that whatever you are producing, the off-takers are there. I think that is where the strength will come in, developing those who would make sure that whatever is produced, the farmers are buying it, because eventually you don't need to preach if they can see the advantage, which is in terms of Naira and Kobo now. You don't need to do too much preaching. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If I can get it, is to encourage intentional pasture production, maybe through extension services. Can we capture it that way? Hello. Number 2.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
As a national goal, Nigeria needs to endeavor to provide school children with a liter of milk in a week. If we aim to do this, it will help get more people into the dairy sector.
Nigerian children, sorry, of age what? Of what school age or what?
School age, by which I mean primary school. Those most basic.
A cup of milk per day. A liter of milk per day.
Per week, that's all.
Per week.
So you can quantify it. We don't know what the quantity of your cup is like. Secondly, we need to introduce into the school's curricula the real knowledge you need to live your life, from things as basic as the milk people take every day. They don't know how it's done. They are alien to it. The seeds, fruits. That really shows me that the education is without a focus. We need to refocus our education to make it, to enable the learners gain knowledge that's usable to them at that level, and it's possible. It's just to sit down and think of what you use every day that you don't know anything about, and you act like an illiterate, ignorant person after many years. This we need to stop, because that's what's missing in our educational system. This will help not just dairy, but most of the issues we are dealing with today. If you want to catch anybody young, indoctrinate them young and early. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me get it right. Inculcating our young ones the needs to utilize what? I was trying to get you very well in a way. Yes.
Basic knowledge.
Basic knowledge.
And the skills, if not at a very high competency
in
level.
What?
Yeah.
Basic knowledge and skill in, yes?
In support of the dairy value chain.
And dairy, all right.
It's a whole long story.
It's okay. Thank you. Please, Secretary, take notes. This way, please. That side is okay. 2 persons here. We have had one, just here, only 2 persons on this side of the divide. Just 2 persons we have done here. So let me see your hand, please. Number 1. Any other seconder?
Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. You are
all protocols duly observed. I think what can also be done is in our higher institutions of agriculture, like schools of agriculture and schools that engage in teaching students animal production and animal science. I think the government should try and bring in imported breeds so that the students can have access to those imported breeds, so that they can learn more and have a robust knowledge of dairy production. Because our dog here, if you look at them, are mainly structured and nature for meat production.
Thank you for that. He's advocating that higher institutions of agricultural learning in Nigeria should bring in exotic breeds for knowledge, for increased knowledge in dairy production. If you are for that proposal recommendation, can you say yay? If you are for this recommendation, can I hear yay? Okay. If you are against the recommendation, can I hear no? Okay, the yay have it. No other person here. Did I see additional hand somewhere? Okay, privilege. All right, I can't do otherwise this one. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much to the ministry, Kodaran, ACCI, and Sahel for putting together such a lovely event. My name is Mohammed Mimalari. I produce salt licks in Kano and animal feed as well. The conversation has been focused a lot on processing in terms of farms, milk collection, etc. But I think we need to go back a step. It's important that children are also educated on different opportunities across the value chain. So I found a lot of opportunity going all the way back into supplements and feed. And I think there's much more work and research that needs to go there. We're still dependent on imported additives for our products. It would be lovely to see a situation where we can do these things locally. We rely on labs, we rely on standard organizations that really aren't at that level yet. So I think that's where the conversation also needs to face. If we want to really push dairy farming to become a commercial venture and not just stay in its subsistence manner as it is today. So thank you very much. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have two. Just choose the one you want. Just to add to what he has said, we need to look at our local content. We need to look at the dairy equipment that we use today and see how we can manufacture them locally. How can we support locally made dairy equipment so that we can create jobs and then also minimize the importation of these equipment. The second one is on financing. I don't know if we have talked enough on that. We need to be very clear and come out straight that financing of the dairy sector, we need to push for the interest rate to be lower than what it is today. Yes, if we can come out with a communique that says that arising from all we have done for these 2 days, that we unanimously said this is the way it should go, so that we can use that as a springboard to push for reduction in interest rate for financing in the dairy sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have gone beyond the limits I gave. Okay, I don't know where next. There's a hand there, only that one. She's a woman, so give her the benefit. Okay.
Good afternoon, all. Standing on existing protocol. Being in pastry business for a very long time, there has always been a shortage of ingredients, most especially dairy-based ingredients that we use in pastry. And if you look at the pastry industry now in this country, it is affording a lot of people jobs. It has created wealth It has created wealth, it has created employment, and it continues to do so. It is a robust industry. So my own contribution is kind of a futuristic one, but hoping it will happen sooner than later, because we will have to have a production of milk to an extent to go into what I will suggest, which is cottage industries. Cottage industries in the sense that you engage these Fulani women, educate them, do capacity building for them to be able to produce these ingredients that we use and are mostly imported into the country. Now in Nigeria, we're looking more at yogurt, whole milk, and on a very low scale, cheese, but there are a wide range of dairy products that we haven't tapped into. I can list probably about 10 to 15 of them that are being imported to this country, and it's costing us a lot of money.
Mention one.
Okay, we have this what do you call it? This sour milk.
What?
We have sour milk.
Sour.
Yes, sour milk. We have cheese spreads. We have different kind of cheeses, Parmesan. We have mozzarella, which I saw. We have cheddar, a whole range of cheddar cheeses. We have if people that bake know this what do you call it? I have forgotten what we call it, unfortunately.
It's okay.
Yes, so
That's-
there are a wide range of dairy products that we can go into. So when we reach a level where production of milk is way beyond what the major manufacturers of dairy products, those people that can afford to own industries, and then we can look into this Fulani women, engaging them in cottage industries. Thank you.
Please, thank you for that. I think that's a good one. And as we meet up with increased production of milk, every other thing will come from it. Our director for nutrition yesterday was talking about the quality of cheese made from Nigeria milk. Were we here yesterday of the best quality? And she was saying, though we have limited production, but we have super products. And I believe let's move to the level of having good sufficiency in milk production. And I think various diversification will come in with many products that will not need anybody seeking any foreign notes to bring in something. At this point, we end this session and we will conclude with this in the communique to be presented a minutes from now for every one of us to look at it and append our consent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akko. L&Z, please. Nuhu Ahmed. If you are ready, your presentation is ready.
No.
Media, are we ready with the scroll? You can go up, please. I think they are ready for you. Okay. And just to let you know that this is the last program for today. After the presentation by L&Z, we'll be done. We'll be giving you votes of thanks and we'll have lunch. Our lunch package is takeaway. Thank you for your patience. Please put hands together for yourself. Please put your hands together for yourself. You've been a wonderful crowd. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, once again. I'll be very quick about this. So this is just a presentation to bring to reality some of the things that we've been hearing about milk aggregation from the smallholder farmers, some of the stories that some of our participants or guests here have mentioned about L&Z, and of course, some of our partners are also do the same. Next slide. Controlling the slide. Next. So basically, the L&Z model, we call it the shared value model. Okay. It's basically the shared value model where at the beginning we do what we call farmers identification. So whenever we want to start collecting milk, we need to identify the dairy community. So that's the first thing we do. When we identify the community, we engage with the community, we have a kind of a negotiation with them. The next step is to start, off taking milk from them. Let's move on. I'll just complete. So basically for the farmers identification, we do it both in Jigawa and states. In Kano, you can see we have over close to 4,000 farmers that we deal with currently. While in Jigawa, we have close to 3,000 farmers, a total of 6,700 and so farmers that we're dealing with currently across the two states. Then on milk collection activities, we basically have 3 milk collection models. We have the first one by the left is where we have a team of aggregators that go out every day. They aggregate milk from these dairy communities. As we know, we are aware their settlements, they are quite dispersed, so it makes it very difficult to aggregate the milk and quite expensive. Then we have dedicated milk collection centers that they are fully solar powered, where it is situated at the communities with high dairy potential, where the farmers can easily go in the morning and sell their milk, which will be evacuated later in the afternoon by some of these our milk collection trucks. Then another key component to milk collection or milk aggregation is quality control, because we have a lot of issues with quality. So they adulterate the milk, while other milk is actually not of the good standard for our own processing. So quality control is a key component of every liter of milk that we collect from every farmer. And then we have some of our services, I'm aware a lot of you have our pamphlets, which talks about some of the services we offer to both smallholder and also the commercial dairy farmers on productivity improvement, like the AI services that we offer, the sale of semen, the sale of bulls, the sale of liquid nitrogen, and even milk boost concentrates. We also offer technical support to farms around, establishing breeding programs for them. And then we also conduct dairy farm performance assessments, and also a lot of trainings and extension service delivery. We also have services on feed and fodder development, which we do in collaboration with our partners, and also on animal health. Moving forward, part of our collaboration on the Aldin project, we also have the infrastructure development, where we can construct boreholes at these communities that are sedentary to encourage, hygienic milk dairy practices, to provide them access with quality water, both the community members and their animals. As we can see here, this is a recent borehole that was commissioned in Jigawa State. Move forward. So like what the president of the MACBAN earlier mentioned, we also engage in the school enrollment exercise as part of the shared value model. All we do every year is we enroll the kids of the pastoralists into schools. And also, like he mentioned, there is an additional 20 that is given to each farmer that enrolls their kids into school. So the school model is also of 2 categories. We have the public school, where we enroll them into public schools. Then we have the scholarships. So the scholarship is funded by many donors and other And I would also like to use this opportunity to open it up to anybody that is interested. We have it's a pool funding method where people, individuals and companies, they donate, and then we use that money to sponsor the education of selected, dedicated kids of some of our farmers that we deal with. Currently, we have two of those students in the university. One is studying veterinary medicine, is in his final year. He's a beneficiary of this. We have one in animal science. We have the others are mostly kids in primary school. So I think basically, move again. Basically, this in a nutshell is what we have to present. And if you need any more information, you can contact me to give you that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elanze. Thank you for that presentation. If you look at your program, like I said earlier, this is the last thing we have on our program. From this presentation, we are going straight to votes of thanks. And to give us the vote of thanks at this point, Mr. John Oba. Mr. John Oba. John Oba is the chairman, agriculture.
Jesus, I plead the blood of Jesus. Down upon my head and Jesus' name. I plead the blood of Jesus down upon my surroundings.
Is the communique ready? Okay, good. We thought it wasn't going to be ready before we are done. Luckily, they are ready. And Mrs. Yemi Memsa from ACCI, that is Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She's coming up here to present the communique of this event for us this evening. Please put your hands together for her.
Good afternoon all, and thank you very much for being here since morning. Thanks for your patience. Communique issue at the end of the World Milk Day mega celebration held at Abuja Trade and Convention Center of Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry. AMD Airport Road, Lugbe, Abuja, 1st June 2023. Preamble. The 2023 World Milk Day celebration was held at the Abuja Trade and Convention Center, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Abuja, FCT, Nigeria on 1st June 2023. The celebration was organized by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, FMAD, in collaboration with Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Kodaran, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, ACCI, Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition Limited, Agricultural Correspondents Association of Nigeria, ACAN, and Center for Journalism and Innovation Development, CJID. The theme for the 2023 celebration is Sustainable Dairy, Good for Planet, Good for You. The event drew participants from the MDAs, research and academic institutions, professional bodies, private and international organizations, including dairy industry practitioners, policymakers, NGO, government agency, academia, dairy farmers, input supplier, service providers, and development partners. Day one opening remark was given by the Director General of Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mrs. Victoria Akai, and a goodwill message was given by Mr. Otumba Eniola Obusaya for Kodaran. The day was characterized by schools debate, quiz, competition, and presentation on the nutritional benefits of milk. Schools with excellent performances were presented with gifts, and all the participant students were guided through exhibition stand for knowledge impartation. The president, Commercial Dairy Rancher Association of Nigeria, Kodaran, Alhaji MD Abubakar, delivered a welcome address, while goodwill messages were presented by the following: Alhaji Almutapa Abubakar, President, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, ACCI, Mr. Fred Kafero, Country Representative, Food and Agricultural Organization, Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Director, Industry Development Department, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, FMIT, National President, Miyetti Allah Cattle Ranchers Association of Nigeria, MAGBAN, National President of Farmer Association of Nigeria, ALFAN, Central Bank of Nigeria, Director Development Finance of Nigeria, Chi Limited Representative, Mr. Israel Atta. The Permanent Secretary, sorry for that bridge. This is tiny. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. NSA Umakihe, delivered the opening address and formally declared the event open, while Director, Animal Husbandry Services, Mrs. Winnie Lai Solarin, gave the vote of thanks. Director, Development Finance Department, Central Bank of Nigeria, the Director, Industrial Development Department, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, National President, Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeder Association of Nigeria, National President and North Farmer Association of Nigeria. The Permanent Secretary, sorry, I'm going over it again because of this change. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Ernest Umakihe, delivered the opening address and formally declared the event open, while Director, Animal Husbandry, Mrs. Winnie Lai Solarin, gave the vote of thanks. All the stakeholders acknowledge the importance of the World Milk Day and the nutritional benefit of milk in human diet, its socio-economic importance in national development, the need to evolve indigenous technology for self-reliance, and call for support for every move to ensure safe and sustainable dairy production in Nigeria. The discussion at this year's celebration centered on pathways to financing Nigeria milk revolution. Keynote address: the role of government and other stakeholders in sustainable agricultural financing in Nigeria was delivered by the Managing Director, Bank of Agriculture, Mr. Awan Ali Hassan. A presentation was given by a guest lecturer, Mr. David Mena, founder and head of business performance Agribusiness Advisory Group, Kenya, on financing a competitive dairy industry, innovative strategies, and emerging trends. There were two sessions of panel session on financing Nigerian milk revolution, realistic and sustainable pathway, and innovative financing solution for dairy, small and medium-sized entrepreneurs in Nigeria, respectively. The participants noted the enormous contribution of government to the livestock industry in Nigeria through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, FMAT, through the implementation of National Network Transformation Plan, NLP-TP, with a number of development programs. 2, economic contribution of the public and private sector to the development of the dairy industry in Nigeria over the years. However, Nigeria is yet to achieve self-sufficiency in milk production. Approval of the National Dairy Policy by the Federal Executive Council. Recapitalization of the Bank of Agriculture for support to livestock production. Numerous challenges confronting the dairy industry induced, including the seasonal fluctuation in the availability and quality of animal feeds, poor transportation network between milk collection and processing centers, lack of access to finance by smallholder dairy farmer, paucity of adequate data on available dairy resources in the country, underdeveloped processing and marketing system, and insecurity, climate change, among others. Critical role of milk and milk products in food and nutrition security and eliminate malnutrition of children. Huge potential of the dairy sector for national sufficiency, wealth, and job creation and export. The last is high risks involved in livestock farm financing, including insurance cover of their stock. And this is the communique at this year World Milk Mega Celebration. Thank you all. My name is Olayemi John Mensah. I'm the Media and Strategy Officer for ACCI and the Center Manager for the Policy Advocacy Center of ACCI. I'm also a member of the local organizing committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mensah. On your phone. Yes, with that communique, we have come to the end. But before we go, I'd like to invite the Chairman, Agricultural Correspondent of Nigeria, Mr. John Oba, to give us the vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It has really been a two-day brainstorming session. Has been a whole lot of ideas here. My assignment is very, very simple. I just want to say thank you for every one of us that participated. First, the partners that came together to organize this, and then the sponsors and the exhibitors, the speakers, and every participant. Just want to say thank you for coming. There's been a lot of idea here brought to the fore, suggestions. There have been a whole lot of relationships created. I will say that we should solidify the synergy that we already created here as we go from here. Also, I want to appreciate the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and especially the chairman of the local organizing committee. She's already clapping for herself. Thank you so much for your ability to be able to coordinate the committee. It's wonderful. At the time, I was scared, but I saw the way you handled everything, and I can say everything is successful. And my very wonderful brother, Mr. Danabasi, thank you for your commitment to the mega celebration. And I want to say thank you to Koderan, thank you to Sahad, Sahel, and every other partners that made this a success. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oba. Your assignment was the simplest. Once again, this event was put together by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition. Special appreciation to our sponsors, our platinum sponsor, L&Z. Thank you very much. Not forgetting our diamond sponsors, we have Integrated Dairies Limited, Daily Frost. Thank you so much. We have other sponsors. We have the Chi Limited, and we have Naik. Please put your eyes together for yourself. You've been a wonderful crowd today. I know the day is well spent. I appreciate you all. And other exhibitors, we thank you. Thank you and see you next year. Remember, it's 1st of June. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody. I remain Rita Ene Okwanihe from Voice of Nigeria. Thank you.
So